Welcome, misfits, to this night's Skeptic Bible Study, episode 18, Mount Say What? On tonight's episode, we learn how to squeeze water from rocks, head to war, and then take a psychedelic trip up Mount Sinai to talk to God. We'll begin our Skeptic Bible Study with the host reading this week's chapters, along with the annotations at the side. Don't mind if we take less than literal interpretations of characters' names. However, everything else on the page we left as is, or as was put together via committee. Either way, at the back half of the show, we will switch into our open mic format for anyone to speak their mind on what we just read. At that point, look for the link in chat to come join our Skeptic Bible Study, or throughout the show, send me your questions, comments, or thoughts by tagging me at Amy Newman on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. After the podcast, if you're still looking for some memeing action, we'll be heading to our Discord for debates, discussions, or some chilling. Lastly, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that all button icon so you can get live reminders. And if you'd like to support the show, we offer some unique perks with the aim of creating more content at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including awesome Patreons like KO Champ and Oz from the Atheist Round Table. Okay, with that, let's see what's on the menu. Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes, I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew? Woohoo! So, how are you tonight, James? And are you ready for a psychedelic trip up Mount Sinai?
Oh, I've been ready. I think the whole world's been ready for about 6,000 years. Now, of course, we were originally planning on doing a show about tonight's debate that was going to be between Gutsick Gibbon and the lovable Mr. Batman on Modern Day Debate, but I was told that Mr. Batman ended up sick, so hope he feels better. I mean, silly guy. All he has to really do is just ask the creator of the universe to heal him, and I'm sure that the Lord God would not deny that healing request to Mr. Batman, especially so Mr. Batman can come on here and tell us all about how much God loves us. There you go. So
Exactly.
we'll have to read the Bible tonight.
I feel like it's going to end all happy in this story, everyone will just hug it out and it'll work out okay. That's
Well,
how it normally goes, right?
I mean, they'll probably find something to do with all that gold that God told them to steal from their neighbors in Egypt as they were running out the door. Since you guys are leaving anyway, just go ahead and help yourself to any of their
Exactly.
gold. Yeah, there you go. Oh, how we doing tonight, guys? Are we all ready for some fun with the Bible?
Don't mind me fat fingering. But with me also fat fingering, let's get to this week's chapter. Woohoo!
Chapter 17, Water from a Rock. It's not normally the first place you would expect to find water, but I guess God has something special lined up for us.
If you hit them really hard, I think that's where the water comes out.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Like a stone cactus. There you go.
Like a stone cactus. And okay, we can't have a skeptic Bible study without going over what's on the menu. And already we're
That's
off to
right.
fun.
She's got them.
It's going to be a great time when you're laughing. But why are we laughing? Probably because there's contradictions with the Bible. But hey, let's find out what they are.
It happens.
It happens.
I'm sure they'll be pretty small and easy to gloss over. Just focus on God's love. Focus on His love as He's roasting you in hell.
Love. Exactly. And okay, water from a rock. And all the congregation of the children of Israel Shmishmael journeyed from the wilderness of RuneScape, but also of sin, after their journeys, according to the commandment of the Lord, Bob, and pitched in, we're going to go with Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Okay, a relatable problem.
The wilderness of sin. Wow, that I've never heard of a place like that. And so, of all the places, he dumped his people.
In fairness, I've
been
in the wilderness of sin quite often. I'm sorry, you were saying something about Flint, Michigan?
I'm sure you have been. Yeah, I was saying that's the place where he decided to drop his people after coming out of Egypt. A nice place where there's no water to drink.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, hello, hello, good reason for regulation. But let's not go politics. Water. Water from a rock. It's funny that this chapter comes up. I actually have a prop rock on the way. It's a good old foam rock. So I'm interested how the fun happens.
Oh, like a pet rock for Ken Hovind, right? Like, life comes from rocks. So there you go. He talks about rocks. Grandpa.
Excuse me. Life cannot come from non-life. Unless it's God. He can do clay. He can make clay. But clay is still, that's cheating. Wherefore the people did chide with Charlton Heston and said, give us water that we may drink. And Charlton Heston said unto them, why chide me, bitch, with me? Wherefore do you tempt the Lord, Bob? Okay, so as the Israelites traveled from the wilderness of sin, great place, to Rephidim, they had no water to drink. You would think as they were going through the wilderness of sin, drinking water wasn't the first thing on their mind. Oh my God, so much temptation, so much horror. And I'm a little thirsty now that I think about it.
After all that debauchery, you kind of work up a thirst,
I mean, I guess so. So they complained to Moses, saying, give us water to drink. Moses said, why are you tempting God? That's not really a clear answer, but okay. And the people thirsted, and the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Charlton Heston and said, wherefore is it that thou hast brought us out of New York to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst. The people were thirsty and said to Moses, "Did you bring us out of Egypt to make us and our cattle die out of thirst?" God, Moses, what are you doing to us?
Kind of a tough question. They're throwing the hard balls at him.
Exactly. Hello, Titan. Woohoo! Hello, Antjer.
Enter.
And
We got the whole crew in here tonight.
woohoo!
So Brian,
And Brainbug. As I was going to say, as my props fall. And hello, Brainbug. Woohoo!
got the whole crew here tonight. To the wilderness of sin.
Into the wilderness of sin we go. And okay, out of New York. And Moses Charlton Heston cried unto the Lord Bob, saying, "What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me." Oh shit, this just escalated quickly.
He's gonna get stoned. This is bad.
Moses cried out to God, saying, "What should I do to these people? They are almost ready to stone me to death." Not good. And the Lord Bob said unto Charlton Heston, "Go on before the people, and take with thee the elders of Israel Shmishmael, and thy rod, wherefore that smotest the river, take in thy hand, and go before I will stand before thee there upon the rock." This is a very rock-themed chapter.
Yeah.
"In Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock." Okay. "And there shall come water out of it," handy, "that the people may drink."
Oh.
And Charlton Heston did so in the sight of the elders of Israel Shmishmael.
So he did that with his rod in the sight of the elders. Okay.
It's all making sense now.
Yeah.
Hey, Pavel.
I mean, at this point, they're like, God, hey, God. Hey, you know that thing, you forgot to give us some water when you told us to go out of the wilderness of sin. All right, water. What? Now it's water. What are you gonna need next? Next, you're gonna want something to eat. Come on.
They're always praying for things. It's one thing, now another. I had a divine plan. Now they want to mess it up. Fine, water.
Yeah. I brought them out of Egypt to serve me, but now it's me serving them. What's going on here?
No, is Yahweh up like Applebee's? What is going on here?
He's like the waiter at Applebee's. Like, come on, people. I'm fucking God.
Always got to be answering prayers. And as George Carlin says, on Sunday, the day when he likes to rest.
A war with Amtrak coming up. So something about a train. God doesn't like trains, apparently.
And okay, we're about to get stoned, and not the way that he likes it. And the Lord Bob said unto Charlton Heston, "Go on."
No, you're on 7.
Take thy hand 7. Oh, I get so excited. "And he called the name of the place Massa, and the Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Israel Shmishmael, and because they tempted the Lord Bob, saying, Is the Lord Bob among us or not?" Yeah, I know. Come down here, God. You were just doing that a second ago.
I mean, one minute he's drowning the Pharaoh's army. The next minute he don't want to show up. He's shy.
Exactly. He's getting a little. He doesn't want to show his face. Moses called the place Massa and Meribah because the Israelites tempted God, saying, "Is God with us or not?" And don't mind my kitty cat in the back. War with Amalek. Amalek. It is where we're going into Amtrak. Mm-hmm. And okay, baby, we're ratcheting it up.
Do it.
We have a little bit of violence. Everybody likes violence.
little bit.
You can't go wrong with just a little bit of violence.
You can't go more than like 2 chapters without it. Come on.
Exactly. Come on. Everyone should go see the movie Nobody. Everyone likes violence. Come on. It was a good. I haven't seen it yet. I want to see it, but I hear it's good. Okay, and we're talking injustice. Once without. It's a good combo. I like to think when you're going in with violence and injustice.
It's violence, but it's unjust violence. That's
but
the
it's
important part.
injustice. Exactly, but it's a little bit unjust. But hey, while we're doing those things, we could be intolerant. We could be a little bit intolerant, right? You can't. It could be a little bit of us versus them.
Yeah, if
Who
you're gonna be
doesn't
unjust,
like it?
if you're gonna be unjust, you might as well be a little intolerant. What's the point of being unjust, but being unjustly unjust to everybody, equally unjust?
But I want everyone to remember, it's kind of funny. Okay, so that kind of makes up for it if you think about it. All right, war with Amalek.
Amtrak.
Amtrak. That's true. The war with Amtrak. That makes much more sense. Here we go. Then came Amtrak and fought with Israel Shmishmael in Rephidim. I'm going to assume that's in Final Fantasy VII. And Charlton Heston said on to Joshua, choose out Joshua Perbel. That's right. There you
go.
Yeah. Chose us out men. He chose us of all the people. Wow. And he also, Yahweh seems to do that a lot. And go out and fight with Amtrak. Tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod, oh my, of God in mine hand.
You might need both hands for that one.
I might. Hold on. Yeah. Here we go. I gotta use all of Yahweh's powers. Yeah. There we go. That should work. There we go.
Praise God.
Praise Jeebus. Well, not Jeebus yet. We're not there. Spoilers.
He's here. He's just not here in name, you know. He's not incognito.
Here in name. Exactly. Yeah. He's kind of going through, you know, they sometimes say we go through an angry atheist phase. I feel like he's going through like an angry God phase. Like you're a young God and I feel like he just needs to rub one out or like smoke weed or something.
He's just not ready to come out and tell everybody that he's actually 3 gods in one. So he's just kind of pretending that he's just a god in one. But yeah, he hasn't come out yet that he's poly.
That's not canon yet.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right. So we were coming to pass, right? We're passing stones, or did we fight Joshua? Are we on 10 or 11?
10.
10. And so Joshua Prawl did as Moses Charlton Heston had said to him, and fought with Amtrak and Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra himself, and Herder went up to the top of the hill. And let's see. Moses said to Joshua, choose some men and go fight with Amalek. I'll stand on the top of the hill with God's rod in my hand. So Joshua fought with Amalek while Moses, Aaron, and Hur stood on the top of the hill.
Yeah, we're just going to stand up here.
Chill. Look, I like standing on top of hills too. It gives you like that epic flowing.
There you go.
Exactly. And it came to pass. Sounds painful, but as long as you're getting it out. When Charlton Heston held up his hand. Oh, I feel like it's a hand, but I feel like it's something else coming, which goes more with a wand. And Israel Shmishmael prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amtrak prevailed because they charged more money. As long as Moses kept his hand up, the Israelites were successful in battle. Oh, we're getting to some science here. But the second his hand fell, they got beat in the heat
Yeah.
with your meat. All right, it makes sense.
Good thing they didn't
But
have iron chariots. Iron chariots. They just
but
had
they
hold Moses' hands up.
exactly. If God had iron chariots, he would be kicking butt and taking names. Or if they had woohoo! I know. Robert in the house. I know. Just our normal crack
Back
of
to normal,
midnight.
yeah.
And we just want to send both love to all of you watching on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, all of you out there in chat, and our lovely mods who make everything awesome.
Even the cat came to say hi to you guys.
Gizmo, hi,
Even he
baby.
came over here. He's like, "What's going on this computer?"
Ooh. And okay, we're about to get things that are heavy, apparently. But Charlton Heston's hands, he was getting a little bit older, so his hands were heavy. And they
Huge
took us
hands. Look at those hands. They're huge, tremendous hands.
tremendous hands. They're some of the best hands, actually, that I've ever seen. Some people actually looked at these hands and they were like, you should put those in a
Look
hand
at
size
that.
contest.
No problems here. I'll tell you what. No problems there.
Taste it. Taste to believe. Okay. So, but Moses' hands, Charlton Heston's hands were heavy, and they took a stone, which is the theme of the day, and put it under him. Oh, I saw this episode of Pornhub. I know where this is going. And he sat thereon, and Aaron Ra, kicking ass and taking names himself, and Herder stood up his hands, the one on the one side and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady. Oh, I've seen this in the Hunger Games too. Until the going down on the sun. But Moses' hands were heavy, so they sat him on a stone and had Aaron and Hur hold up his hand. They continued to hold up his hand until the sun went down. Okay,
Until the
makes
sun.
sense. It makes sense. And Joshua Paul, discomfited, something. He's dissatisfied with Amtrak and his people with the edge of the sword. And Joshua discomfited. Oh, killed. Okay. See? That makes sense. I get you now.
Now we're back to the Bible.
Now we're
we
back,
are back to the Word of God, written by the man of war himself.
Gotta have some violence, baby.
The Prince of Peace. People. Well, no. The man of war.
Exactly. Just think of it like 300, but like, well, I was going to say 2,000 years, but depending on when 300 was, just think of it like 300.
So God could be like, today of all days, he could be like, yes, I am the Prince of Peace. Ha ha, April Fools. Still the God of War, bitch.
Yeah, though spoiler, on the next chapter, I almost have my collection completed. We're going to come up to, I believe, the first time that there is a thumbs up or the icon for something actually good in the Bible.
Something good? I haven't seen one yet.
I know. Okay. We went through all of Genesis. We are here in Exodus, and not neck deep, but we're definitely dipping our knees in Exodus.
Yeah, we're at least knee deep in.
Yes, just like your stepmom on a good night. No. Okay, but we're getting up to some fun. But let's finish out. And the Lord Bob said unto Charlton Heston, "Write this for a memorial in a book, in a nook, in some kind of crook, if you don't mind, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua Paul. For I will utterly put out the remembrance." Ooh, excuse me. That's that Gatorade, baby. Sponsorship. And Amtrak from under the heaven, though they don't really have a concept of heaven yet. We just have shul, but they have like loose concepts of it. So they're not
We're getting there,
partying
though.
in heaven yet.
We're
Yeah,
getting there. Yeah, we're getting there.
God said to Moses, "Write this in a book and read it to Joshua. Read it to Joshua. I will make everyone on earth forget about." Why are we writing it in a book then? That's interesting. That is some
so
Death
that we
Note.
forget about it.
That's some Death Note shit right there. Okay.
That's like on 300 when Xerxes is like telling the Leonidas he's gonna like rip the page, all the Sparta out of all the book pages, and the scribes will be blinded and have their tongues cut out, so nobody will ever hear about Sparta again.
No. It's fine, whatever you're doing in Egypt. What was your name again? That's cool. I'm sure you'll be fine. Your firstborn will be, I'm sure, whatever. Sports team or something. He was strong, right? You'll be fine. Okay.
Pharaoh bling bling something, because again we can't name a pharaoh because
I know. We went through 3 pharaohs without having names. That's
none
interesting.
of them, not even one.
And the 2 pharaohs were super nice. If you get over the enslavement and stuff, but they became nice. They became very nice.
There was a pharaoh in Genesis. He's the one who let Joseph's people in. Then there was 2 or 3 in Exodus before the mean one. Was he really that mean? Because God kept making him be mean, even though he really didn't want to be mean, but God told him to be mean. I don't know.
I'm fairly sure the Pharaoh's heart was hardened so much that you could have like mined diamond. Like you could have made armor of that shit in Minecraft. But, Yahweh does as Yahweh does.
5 or 6 different times, and yeah. Wow.
And shout out to Sigma and a shout out to Doc. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Guys. And okay. So let's so we're writing the memorial in a book. Why? I don't know. We're sending it up to heaven, baby. And Charlton Heston built an altar. It was kind of like he was in his goth phase, but it was kind of hot, so he let it go. And called the name. I'm just and called the name of it Jehovah's Witnesses. For he said, because the Lord Bob have sworn that the Lord Bob will have war with Amtrak from generation to generation.
I thought he just killed them all. Okay.
A little bit of stabbing. It's just a flesh wound.
There you go.
Moses built an altar there and called it Jehovah's Nest. Jehovah's Nest. End it with an I. Because God swore he'd have war with Amalek forever. Okay.
Guess it's still going on.
Once again, God getting humans to do his dirty work. But whatever. I guess he knows deeper than we do, right?
He's got a plan, Amy. You got to trust his plan. You might not understand it, but we have to trust his plan.
Understand the plan. It'll be fine. And okay, we just got done reading the book of Exodus, chapter 17. I wasn't searching for anything at all. You were searching for something.
It was me. It's my fault. So we started that chapter off looking for water, and then it's like midway through, then we just switched to war. So that was kind of a nice transition there.
Once again, things escalated very quickly. It was a simple gripe about wanting rock water, as you do, and then we go right into war.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the god of war, though. He told us that.
He is the god of war.
I feel like if you think I'm just pulling this out of my behind and I'm straw manning, I'm sure there's an apologetic somewhere, but he laid that out in plain translated English for us. Whatever the words are, it says God of War. Okay.
Ah, come on. Water from a rock. Yeah, just don't swallow any of the rocks with the water.
Exactly. Just don't swallow the rocks and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And
Don't choke on a
okay.
rock.
It's like
Oh,
Britta
is
2,000
this
years ago.
Jethro Boudin is back? I haven't seen Jethro in a while.
Who?
Jethro Boudin
Woohoo!
from the Beverly Hillbillies. He's back. I haven't heard from him back with the Dukes, I thought, back in Genesis.
The Dukes.
Or we have maybe another Jethro. Yeah, we need the Dukes.
We needed all 63 Dukes. If you didn't know, there are 63 named Dukes. So, also, awesome hello to God equals the square root of -1. Hello, Flum.
66
Yeah.
or 43 named Dukes, but 0 named Pharaohs. Huh. I know.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's amazing who gets a name and who doesn't. God he picks and chooses, as you do.
I mean, it seems like the more obscure people who no one would ever be able to find anyway, they're named, but the important people who would be in a history book, they're redacted. Yeah. Go figure.
Yeah. That they don't seem to make it in there.
Yeah.
And okay, we're moving on to the book of Exodus, chapter 18. We're wasting. I was gonna say waist deep. I'm not sure how long the actual book of Exodus is, but we're getting in. We're getting in, baby. That's also what she said. All right, so it starts out well. The Bible. Did you know, James, that the Bible has no contradictions with itself, except in this section? Except in this one. Woo! Charlton!
It only has apparent contradictions. Like our good buddy who we love, Will, said, once we understand it all properly, all the contradictions will fade away, but it just looks like they're there now because we don't have full understanding.
Or we just really don't understand it, James. We just need someone to explain it to us. In which case, the back half of the show will be your chance to tell us where we got it wrong. Atheist, theist, spaghetti monsterist, come on board and tell us where we got it wrong or right. Every once in a while, we do get it right. It might be because of the clock. Exactly. And okay, Jethro visits Charlton Heston himself. He comes in and he's like, "Look, bitch, I think we're paying you too much in Hollywood. I think your price is a little high. You're being a little much of a diva."
I wonder I forget how much he made on the Beverly Hillbillies. It was probably like $20 a week back then. Like the Munchkins on The Wizard of Oz.
And we're actually, as I said, to complete my set, we're actually coming across another one that I don't have any fun toys for.
That the American flag cross?
It's our first one. That's right. And that's because we'll do it first. This is our first time running across politics. It's time for the Bible to put its foot in politics. And you know how well that goes, James.
Always, yeah, always.
I feel like this
I can't wait to see the wisdom. I can't wait to see what God has in store for us. I'm sure it'll be very wholesome and happy for everybody.
And James, I'm glad you brought up wholesome because we don't just have politics in this section. We also have some biblical family values. Aren't they cute? Come on. Everyone likes some biblical family values.
What do you think, Mo? Are they cute? Yeah.
So
I just checked, and Exodus has 40 chapters. It said, so we are almost halfway through with Exodus.
Really? We're coming up?
So, yeah. We're about almost belly button deep in Exodus.
Woohoo! All right, baby, we're touching the belly button of Exodus. But as before, it's not just politics. It's not just family values. Because the Bible, I just want you to remind everybody,
More forced,
doesn't have contradictions. No contradictions in
forced
itself.
contradiction.
Never.
It's not the Bible. It's us. It's us. We're just imposing our views on the Bible to make
Just
it
how you're
sound bad.
exactly. You silly atheist. You're reading it literally and just reading what's in front of
No,
you.
no,
What
that's
you
not
need to
bad.
do, James, you need to understand the context. It's not just
Right.
about reading it, it's the context about how we read it.
So we need like a light on the Bible. So as you're reading a verse, when it wants you to take it literally, the light comes on, and then when it's a verse that God doesn't want you to take, the light goes off, so you know. And going up and down the page, it would go on and off and on and off hundreds of different times. You know, anytime we come across something that can be scientifically tested, well, of course, that's not literal. That's figurative because you can't test God.
Excuse me, James. This is an accurate scientific textbook.
Oh yeah.
I've been trying every episode to get it in here. It will eventually fit. I know that I can make the science fit my Bible. It will.
Amy,
It will
you just have
eventually.
to, Amy, if you had enough faith, you would be able to do it because faith can move mountains. So, you know, if you can't do that, you just don't have enough faith in the Bible.
Exactly, James.
Hey.
And wait. Let's not straw man. Excuse me. Put your hands together, James. And I'm gonna put my hands together. So now we have two people. Now we're gonna pray for the book to fit in to my little science. Okay. And 3 and 2, 1. Here we go. All right. We're tested. We don't like straw men in this channel.
Lord Jesus, Lord God, please make your word fit into science. We know that the evil atheists and the devil, that they hate you and they want to make your word look bad. They want people to think it's not true. But Lord, please manifest all your glory. Lord, come forth, come in onto Amy and help her understand, help all the audience understand that you are really God, that you are real. Praise God. Amen.
Amen. I stopped listening as soon as after you said come in onto Amy. But all right.
Maybe it happens. Maybe you're excited there.
And a 3. And a 2. And a 1. Not yet. We gotta pray hard.
That's like reminds me of what happened when the guy tried to pray to heal some of my neurological issues, and then immediately after praying, he's like, "Is anything better?" Oh, nope. No, it's still the same.
I shouldn't laugh, but that's almost out of a movie. I'm just imagining someone putting your hand on your head and just being like, and because it could be with my epilepsy, it could be if you're in it, and it's like 3, 2, 1.
He was on his knees with his hand on my leg, on my foot actually. Yeah, trying to come against the nerve damage, and
that's what she
I wasn't
said.
upset because the guy's he was trying to be nice. He was trying to help. So I mean,
Hi, baby. Just like your gizmo is going back and forth, I have moonlight behind me.
Yeah.
Going back and forth. And okay, so I'm gonna be honest, and we'll get back into it. That it tears at my heartstrings because we could say it'd be almost too easy to just say charlatanism, because there are charlatans out there, but I would say probably the majority of people out there, they just freaking believe it. They believe it, and they mean well. Every time a believer says God loves you, I just instantly translate that into my head as them saying they love me. And I go, oh,
Yeah.
thank you. I go, thank you. I love you too. Because that's what they're saying. And they'll say, no, it's really God. It just so happens that God
Right.
agrees with all my views. But
Still,
I love
Amy,
you.
Jesus loves
I
you.
love you too, my theist brothers and sisters. That's what I'm saying. And okay. Jethro visits Moses. Oh, I feel like, James, I keep on saying it, but it's going to happen. The good times are happening right now. Right now.
These are the good old days. Is that what you
The
mean?
good old days. All
Right
right.
here. Here we go.
Right here, right now. When Jethro, Shmethro, the priest of Midden from Final Fantasy VII, Moses's Charlton Heston's father-in-law. We getting into family. It's getting
Yeah.
close.
Family and
Heard
politics.
family and politics. Heard of all that God had done for Charlton Heston and for Israel Shmishmael. Jealousy coming in. And let me tell you, James, I feel like jealousy is a bad emotion to have. I feel like even a god would be able to get over that emotion. But
It can be pretty
what am I?
destructive. Yeah. Yeah.
We're
It
just
can be
lowly,
pretty consuming.
James. We're lowly peons. Jealousy,
Yeah.
it's just
Right. Like it would be proud. It would be sinful pride if we wanted people to worship us. But God, He can
exactly.
create people and demand that they worship Him, but it's okay because He deserves it. He
Or
needs that worship.
or if we got jealous, because we're just like a
Right.
little bit jealous. He's like all jealous.
Perfectly, righteously, properly jealous, justifiably
Properly.
so. Yeah. Like it would be terrible if you burnt somebody to a crisp, but if God burns them to a crisp lovingly and
So if
justly, it's good.
Though I feel
Yeah.
bad because now it feels like because I heard that from Will. Will, we love you, Will.
We
We
do love
love.
Will. Yeah, we love
Uh,
Will.
um,
He's a great guy, Will. Yeah.
uh,
Had a good
it
debate the
and
other
it
day.
is interesting how they defend. It's just I'm waiting for this God to get over human emotions. Okay.
I mean,
When
yeah, you would only think that if he was created by humans, then humans would impart that, but he's not. You know, he's not made by humans, so he shouldn't really have that, but I don't know.
it doesn't make sense to me, and I would like a higher power to at least explain it. Uh, And
Yeah,
hello,
from the Beverly
Tony.
Hillbillies. Yeah. We got Jethro Boudin from the Hillbillies. Now we're gonna have Granny come around the corner with a shotgun, start shooting at people.
Okay, we were just on one. So, and Israel Shmishmael and people, and the Lord Bob had brought Israel Shmishmael out of Egypt.
Oh, he did?
He
Oh,
did. Thank you for
okay.
doing that.
I forgot about that.
I forgot about that. Thank you so very much. Oh, I can. Give me. Okay. Then Jethro, Moses' father in law, took Zippah, Charlton Heston's wife, and had sent her back. And actually, give me 1 second. And her two, I'm going to be right back in 1 second. And her two sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom Tursum. For he said, I have seen aliens, dude. No, I forget what the history. There's a funnier thing. In a strange land. And the name of the other was Elzar. For the dog of God, my father, said he was mine help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh, Bling Bling the Third. And Jethro, and Moses, Charlton Heston, father-in-law, came, with his sons, we're getting Game of Thronesy, and his wife onto Moses into the wilderness of RuneScape, where he encamped at the Mount of God.
The
Oh
Mount of God.
my.
The Mount
The
of
Mount
God.
of
Wow.
God. Woohoo.
Now, in case anybody forgot, our good buddy Oz from the Atheist Round Table, he read a verse the other day. Yeah, go ahead, Amy. To reiterate about Zipporah, Moses' wife there, don't forget back Exodus 4:25, where Zipporah takes a piece of flint rock and just goes ahead and circumcises, cuts the tip off of her son's penis, and then she throws it at Moses. It lands on his feet, and she says something about him being a bloody husband to her. And it was because she did that God, he was thinking about killing Moses before, but as soon as the wife circumcised the son's penis, she cut part of his dick off and threw it on Moses. Then God was like, okay, well, I'm not going to kill you now. So I got what I wanted out of it. The genitalia have been successfully mutilated.
Screw
Praise God,
you. Got
thankfully.
mine.
Yeah. Thank God the genitals are now mutilated, because otherwise somebody would have had to die. Because if it's one thing, well, two things God hates. We know he really hates foreskins and leaven. Can't stand them. Hates them. Fucking hates them.
leaven bread. Freaking no
Hates
cakes. Get that shit
no.
out of here.
Possessing baking soda is a capital offense. Or baking powder, anything that's going to make bread rise. Yeast, nope, no yeast either. It's a leavening agent. And foreskins, of course, we've got to cut them off.
And foreskins.
God fucked up when he designed the penis. He forgot that he had that flap on at the end, and he meant to take it off, but he already wrote the genetic code, and like John Maddox said, it's a code. You can't just go and change something after it's already done. So, so therefore, he's just gonna have to have him cut off. Praise God.
Yeah, they really discount that our cells don't care about a deity. Other organisms don't seem to care about a deity. It's just this special. Come on, James. Aren't we all very, very special? I know I'm very special. All right. Speaking of special, we're on 2? Then Jethro.
We are on we are on 5, I think. Or
we had strange. Oh yeah, we said alien.
4.
We had aliens. 4.
4.
And the name 4. I take 4. Give me 4 hot dogs. And the name of the other was, we're going with Elizabeth. For the god Bob of my father said he was mine help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh Bling Bling III. And Jethro from Final Fantasy VII, it just sounds very Final Fantasy-ish. Charlton Heston's father-in-law came with his sons and his wife.
It's a family affair then. It's a whole family getting involved in that one.
Getting Games of Thronesy, baby, into the wilderness of RuneScape, where he encamped at the Mount of God, Bob. Don't mind me. And he said sometimes, every once in a while, again, amynewman.exe failure.
A blue screen.
Here. And it's not just the computer. The blue screen's right in here. And he said,
not a purple screen, at least. Blue screen is better than purple screen.
And he said unto Charlton Heston, I, thy father-in-law Jethro, am come unto thee, and thy wife. Once again, I've seen this one on Pornhub, and her 2 sons with her. And Charlton Heston went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obsidian. And whoa, hey, I was making fun, and then it got real, and then shit got real.
It got real, yeah.
And I'm going to read this again. And Charlton Heston went out to meet his father-in-law, and did absence, and kissed him, and they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. I'm just going to leave that sentence as it is. Okay.
No,
And
nothing else needed. Yep. God did
nothing.
it perfect.
Just reading a book, just reading a holy book, as you do. And Charlton Heston told his father-in-law all that the Lord Bob had done unto Pharaoh Bling Bling the Third to the Egyptian for Israel's sake, and all the travel that had come upon them by the way, and how the Lord delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced.
The Lord delivered them a pizza.
Please give the pizza. At least we're getting into food and away from stones, though sometimes it is good to be stoned. So I can understand.
And then you order pizza.
And then you...
Yeah.
There you go. And
That's some wisdom right there. That is some Bible wisdom.
I know. Why don't they put... Yeah, they should have... Yeah, exactly. And Moses told his father-in-law that all that God had done. Are we on 8? Are we on 8 or 9? No, we rejoiced. We already rejoiced. We're on 10.
10, yeah, 10.
And Jethro from Final Fantasy said, Blessed be the Lord Bob, who hath delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians and out of the hand of Pharaoh Bling Bling the Third. Oh God, he's like a Jewish mother now.
Wait, he did? He delivered him out of Egypt and the Pharaoh? Oh,
a little bit.
Okay,
little bit.
I didn't remember that part.
Yeah, it was kind of in between him showing off all his powers and hardening Pharaoh's heart and reminding us every other 5 seconds.
Okay, all right.
It was in between that.
Sounds good. Praise God.
Like I said, he's becoming an old Jewish mother. You remember the... Oh, sure. That's fine. Go off into the lands of the desert. Who remembers
the wilderness
me?
Of sin. The
Go
wilderness
into the
of
wilderness of sin. What did I do for you? I brought you into this land, and I could bring you out of it, but I don't. Okay.
Let me guess, you're gonna want some water to drink. You guys have no water.
Yeah, they seem to be complaining of water.
Get water from a rock.
That's how you get it. That's how you get the best water. That's how you get your spicy water. Everyone loves spicy water. It's the new thing. Okay. 10 delivered. Okay, he's guilt tripping. Jethro said to Moses, Blessed be God who has saved you from the Egyptians. Now I know that the Lord Bob is greater than all gods.
Oh, what other gods?
All gods, like the other.
What other gods?
But I thought you were the
only God.
Looks like it's a little bit James, you just need to understand the context. You're playing with the literal language, okay?
Yeah. It doesn't say that they're real gods. It's the other gods that people worship. So, it doesn't matter that they're not real. People still worship them. And since they don't exist, God does exist. He's got to be better than them, right? Because they don't even exist.
Exactly. He's the much stronger God. And Jethro, Jethro Schmethro, Charlton Heston's father-in-law, oh boy, more burnt offerings, took a burnt offering that doesn't seem to be an offering for food and sacrifices for God Shmad. And Aaron Ra came, oh boy, and all the elders of Israel Shmishmael to eat bread. Ooh, were they actually allowed to eat bread? How nice of them.
Must not have been leavened bread. I don't know.
Can have leavened bread. To eat bread with Charlton Heston's father-in-law before God. And it came to pass tomorrow, that Moses and
Came
it
to
came,
ass.
baby. Oh, baby, it came to pass that Charlton Heston sat to judge people. Where's my hammer?
Okay, makes sense. You get up in the morning, you do a burnt offering, then you go judge people.
Isn't that what you do in the morning? That's what I
Imagine
do
if
in
you
the
went to
morning.
court and the judge, before he gets into work, he's got to get up and make a burnt offering to God. Why not? Why not? What else are you gonna do before work?
Exactly. What else would you do?
Yeah, what else are you gonna do before bond court? Morning bond court.
Yeah. Toasty. And okay, law before God, it came to pass tomorrow that Moses sat to judge people, and the people stood by Moses. We stand by you. From the morning unto the evening. And when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, What is the thing that thou doest to the people? Why sittest thou thyself alone? And all the people stand by thee from morning unto even.
I don't know. It's what they want to do. They just want to stand around me. I'm not gonna stop them.
It's all making sense now. And when Moses' father-in-law saw that all he did to the people, he said, What is this thing that thou dost to the people? Why sittest thou alone? And all the people stand by thee from morning unto evening? And Moses said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of God. Oh my.
Oh my.
When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them know the statutes of God and his laws. Moses said, Because the people come to me to inquire of God, resolve disputes and them about God's laws. Yeah, I don't know why, once again, why God is doing all of this. God could once again, they hate the Thanos snap analogy, but couldn't God fix everything really quickly if he wanted to? But
he likes to have people do it, I
he
mean, he
likes to get
loves
in human
making
affairs.
covenants. He loves making covenants and laws, and it really tickles his fancy. Wake up in the morning, what am I going to do? I'm going to make a new covenant with somebody.
It's a weird flex, but you do you, bro. You do you, Yahweh. You do your God of Warish stuff. Moses' father-in-law said unto him, The thing that thou doest is not good. What Charlton Heston's father-in-law said? He's saying you're not doing something good. How dare you? How dare you?
He's being a dick.
Being a dick.
Being a dick.
This could get, I was hoping for peace, but thou wilt surely wear away, both thou and this people that it is with thee. For this thing is too heavy. Take off your shirt, Moses. Come on. Thou art not able to perform it thyself alone. Hearken now.
Medication for that.
Yeah, it's okay. I understand.
Come on, Moses. I mean, he's like in his 80s, right? I think he's old here. He's like in his 70s, 80s.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, which depending on how you look at things is old. It's not Noah, I'm 600 something years old and I'm building a boat old, but it is like, hello, humans, how we know them to biologically exist old. That is, yes.
Oh, it's more like reality. Okay.
More like reality, yeah.
More like reality, okay.
Okay. We're coming on, everyone, including the father-in-law. The thing that thou sees not doing is good. He's going to wear away. Will wear away. Hearken now unto my voice. I will give thee counsel, and God shall be with thee. Be thee for the people to God ward, that thou mayest bring the causes onto Od. Jethro said, the thing you're doing isn't good. It's too much for you. You can't do it alone. That sounds like a Sith statement, but okay.
Yeah, Jethro being a little dick.
It is not good, but do it. Okay, we've hearkened from Consul, and thou shalt teach them ordinances and laws, and shalt. Oh man, you know what would be nice? I feel like we need a set of maybe 600 laws, but with like a top 10. I feel like that would really do it.
I mean, how else are people going to know about very important things like not working on the Sabbath or having other gods before him or coveting thy neighbor's wife? I mean, the terrible things that could happen.
What does happen if you do? Because there's no hell. So what happens when you sin against God? I don't know. Maybe we'll find that out.
I mean, he might. You never know where he's at. He might just come around and kill you.
Yeah, I feel like this is implied that if you do these things, he's going to come down and actually deal with it himself.
Yeah, sometimes, like if you pull out of a woman before, at the wrong time.
It happens. Though, as Louis C.K. says, there's no such thing as premature ejaculation. It happens at exactly the time it was supposed to. All right.
Here we go.
Paradventure. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as, okay, what is this sentence saying? Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God. Okay, that is the Bible. It's not me this time.
Men who fear God, yeah.
Men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s and rulers of 10s. We kind of got it, like with when you just said thousands. Teach the people the laws and appoint God-fearing men to enforce them. Okay.
Oh, like we're bringing back the Dukes, maybe something like that.
Bringing back the Dukes. And woohoo! Amaretto in the house. I know you tried. Woohoo! And okay, we'll teach people the laws and appoint God-fearing men to enforce them. And let them judge the people at all seasons, at 4 seasons. Let them judge them at 4 seasons.
At the 4 seasons? Okay, that makes sense.
At the 4 seasons. And Sigma says, sex ed and Bible study? What class did I sign up for? Woohoo! It's the Bible sex ed, baby.
Well, you see, the Bible has wisdom about all facets of human life and existence. So you're going to find wisdom on everything from A to Z, everything in your life, everything you could ever want to know. It's all in this book. The treasures of knowledge that we get to unlock here. I mean, we are just truly blessed, truly blessed. This knowledge that God had passed down for us. And, so lucky, so fortunate.
The wisdom. It's just seeping in. Ooh, excuse me. And if you have wisdom to share with us, don't forget to tag me at Amy Newman, and I will show your comment up in screen or question. Tell us your thoughts before we go into our open mic. I agree.
This is sin. Yes, if sin was an Olympic sport, we would be winning the medals.
That's right. We're going for the Olympic sport, baby. And it's good to know that our Facebook is working. We're streaming on all 3, baby. Good shout out to everyone on YouTube, on Twitch, and on Facebook.
It's a trinity of streaming.
The trinity of streaming.
YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook.
and face.
But it's the same. It's the same broadcast going to all three, so it's the same. It's one show,
It's the Trinity.
but it's going to three different distinct places. See what I mean?
It all makes sense. It's starting to fit together. And shout out to Flum, who says they have a nice spread for brunch. Alfredo says, support your local sex workers. That's right. Where's my woo? We have lots of just the right amount of tools.
Just the right amount, huh?
Just the right amount. And okay, we're coming along.
Are we now?
Think we're gonna have woohoo. We're gonna have about 2 more chapters. I think we're moving in. We're waist deep. More. So we were on the rulers of tens, and let them judge at all the 4 seasons. And it shall be that every great matter. Oh, don't mind. I am this freaking tearing up. That shall bring unto thee, but every small matter they shall judge. Back to judging. So shall it be easier for thyself, and they shall bear the burden with thee. If thou shalt do this thing, and Ad commanded thee so, then thou shalt be able to endure. And all this people shall also go in their place in peace. You should judge the important matters and leave the smaller stuff to your subordinates. Leave the smaller stuff.
Yeah, it's just a guy picking up sticks on the wrong day. Kill him. No big deal.
Yeah, leave them. They'll be fine.
Kill him. Don't waste any time with it.
Hi,
Ian.
Woohoo! The Trinfinity.
Oh, God.
Brian says, did you hear that combining YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook into one site soon? Yes, and they're actually hooking it right into here. You're just going to hook yourself in and just going to go like this. Woohoo! It's going to be called YouTwitFace. There we go.
Now, hopefully you won't go on the wrong YouTube channel if it's going to be pumped directly into your brain. I mean,
that's right.
You could go on the wrong channel. That could be bad. Next time you see Amy, she might have different color hair. I might have different color hair.
Metallic, baby. Get it sexy. And okay. Oh, and thank you so very much, Ian.
Thank you, Ian. Yes.
I heart you and everyone who's watching.
She is a great person. Yes, she is.
And okay, we're almost done the chapter. So
chugging right along there.
Chugging right around. Okay, we did the thing. So Charlton Heston hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law. It was kind of, the guy he kissed and got kind of Games of Thrones. Look, we're not going to hate on Yahweh here. We're okay with Yahweh. We're a little upset with Sodom and Gomorrah, if I'm being honest, but okay. But hearken voice, and Charlton Heston chose able men. Once again, I think I saw that on Pornhub. Out of all of Israel and Shmishmael, and made them heads. Oh, over the people. Okay, fine. Rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. James, even of 10s? Oh my goddess.
But were they metric or were they standard rulers?
See, you're going to have a modern day debate about that. We're going to have to.
And cubits must be. Whatever they built the ark in.
Oi! Woohoo! So we're hearkening voice, and they judged, because the Bible likes to do that for some reason, the people at all 4 seasons. And it's such a nice hotel. Why would you judge them? Okay, fine.
If you're going to do it, you might as well do it in a nice place, right?
Exactly. The hard causes they brought onto Charlton Heston, but every small matter they judged themselves. The clash begins. And Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. So Moses did what Jethro suggested, and Jethro went home. Oh, man. And okay, we have just gotten through the book of Exodus, chapter 18. What do you think? We're coming up to excitement. The wisdom is hard to quote.
I mean, I feel like the highlight of that chapter was Moses' father-in-law came over and he's trying to do everything himself. And the father-in-law, you can't do that. You can't go 46 days without sleep in a row. You got to appoint some other people to help you run the show. So appoint people to be in charge of thousands, and then some others to be in charge of hundreds, then some others to be in charge of 50, and then some others to be in charge of even 10. Okay.
It's like, okay, very specific. Once again, we're like in a transition. Hey, so from
Moses
exposition
is
to
like the superintendent, but the superintendent can have a principal, and then an assistant principal, and then teachers in the classroom. There you go.
Yeah, he gets oddly very specific. And Amrita says, I'm too sober for this. I know how I feel. Okay. It's okay. That's okay. If you're relaxing back home, pour yourself a nice glass of wine, light up a doobie, trip on some mushroom, do whatever. Some coffee. Everyone loves coffee.
Except for the Mormons.
Except for the Mormons. And cozy on up. So we are
Joseph Smith. He would have you wouldn't mind 20 wives, but you have a cup of tea, and that's tea. That's
tea.
Yeah. 20 wives. Some of them are under the age of 14, but whatever. It's no big deal. But don't drink a fucking tea.
But James, you have to understand the time period and the context, just like incest.
The mid 1800s.
Context.
Yeah.
Exactly. With Yahweh, all things are possible. And okay, so moving on down.
Mount Sinai. Here we go. We've arrived.
The excitement can begin, everyone. The book of Exodus, chapter 19. Moses and God on Mount Sinai.
Like the hospital?
Exactly. That's where it's taking place.
Okay.
Exactly.
They have a good psychiatric ward there, I think.
Let me tell you, people. If you were looking for a buffet, there is no better menu than what's going on right here. So let's kick it off right from the beginning. We're having fun, and I like having fun. Come on, what would a chapter be without a little fun, along with a little injustice?
So we might be a good idea to tell people to don't forget to take your psychiatric medications before we go into this chapter. Take your lithium, take your Prozac, take your Zoloft, whatever you need to do, because we don't want anything crazy happening.
Exactly. And we also want our fun to be a little unjust, because they kind of go together. When things are unjust, you're having a good time. And it's not just injustice. It's not just any type of injustice. But it's intolerant justice.
Intolerant. Okay.
It's okay.
Intolerant, unjust violence.
I know. Oh, you just named it. We're going right along. We have violence. For all you sadists out there, we got a little bit of violence mixed in, but it goes right alongside with biblical contradictions that don't exist.
So
Contradictions in the Bible?
don't worry, it's unjust and it's what's the other one? What's that other one? Unjust and inequality. Is that one of the ones?
Exactly. Yes, we got some
Yeah.
inequality. Oh,
And
and
unjustness.
over
Okay.
here. Oh, baby. And I was supposed to have my knife. My knife is behind there. Right now, I'm going to have to mix, I think. Oh, no. Where's my sex? I have sex. Sex, sex, sex. Do, 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 do. Everybody loves
that a nipple?
sex. It's a happy, anatomically correct nipple. Just like my anatomically correct heart. Yay! I are to love you.
Is that a sperm in the middle of the sex on that the Bible? What is that in the middle
Yes,
there?
probably.
That's a little sperm. Okay.
I think yes. I think it's X's in a woman, but sex close enough. But what would it be if the Bible wasn't trying to tell you how much that it supports women? I feel like this is really gonna turn out well for women in this chapter. I feel it this time.
I mean, there's a couple chat verses where it talks about women as people, as humans, not as property. So I mean, I guess it's
exactly.
They're not always property in every context. Just here and there. Sometimes they're people. It's like a vowel, like it's Y. Like it's sometimes it's a vowel, sometimes it's not. Sometimes women are people. Sometimes they're just spoils of war.
And I feel like this is where we're going to learn about it. But it's not just that we're having some good old feminist values. We got science going on. And creation science, I feel like, is an up and coming field. Up and coming where? I don't know. I don't know where it's going. It's going somewhere. I don't know, up, down. But
you can get your PhD in biblical science.
I'm getting creation science. Doctor in science.
I know they won't tell you about it in the public schools with my tax dollars, but go buy my seminar.
Buy my seminar.
$50, 12-hour seminar. I'll tell you everything you need to know.
Everything. And Amretta says this is like lame violence. Yeah, unfortunately. They'd like to have a little bit of that. And yes, I have. Don't tell you. It may be made of rubber, but don't tell you.
It's like it's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, but taking Arnold out and inserting like a pink unicorn in there, going around killing people. It's the Terminator.
Yes. And my knife.
There you go.
My knife is kind of real the same way that what we're reading is real. Yeah, I'm proud of you. More than one pillow now for me to sleep on. Woohoo! That's right. A plethora of pillows. This is my mid-ground out here. Everyone loves. I had to, that inner circle atheist pillow. Once again, I had to kill another atheist. It was started by the Canadian Catholic. He was the first inner circle atheist, and then it's just been a bloodbath to get in ever since.
I can't crack into that. I'm just a regular atheist peon.
James, I wouldn't want you to survive Fight Club just to get a pillow, okay? I understand. All right. So Charlton Heston and Odd on Mount Sinai. Say what? In the 3rd month, not the 2nd month, not the 4th month.
They won't say which month, just the 3rd month.
In the 3rd month. Exactly. The best.
So March. Well, no, the 3rd month.
The 3rd month.
Okay.
In the month of the year with the date. Duh.
Oh, one of those years. There you go.
Just like Pharaoh. What's his name? Yeah. Pharaoh. Oh, really?
Which one? Any of them.
What does his wife call him? Pharaoh. What does his dad call him? You know what? Don't answer. Okay.
Dan. His dad calls him Dan.
I miss Dan. Dan, I think, has been dead for a long time now.
He's probably been dead for a few hundred years at this point.
Yeah. But okay. In the 3rd month, when the children of Israel Shmishmael were gone forth out of the land of New York, the same day they came, they into the wilderness of RuneScape of say what? For they were departed from Rephaim, and they were come to the desert of say what? And they had pitched in the wilderness. And
They didn't
the
catch they were
Israel,
pitching.
they were pitching, hopefully tents, hopefully the type you're thinking of. There Israel Shmishmael camped before the mount. See?
Oh, they're going on a camping trip. This is nice. They're
Yay! I
going
love
out camping.
with the guide.
With God there, nothing could go wrong.
It'll be fine. I'm sure everyone will be
This is
happy.
like, remember my debate on the 411 missing, but don't worry about it. God's here, so nobody's gonna come and start abducting people or
No,
transporting people.
never.
Nope. Yeah, God's here.
It's okay. With a little bit of this, we can get things done, James.
Amy, faith moves mountains.
Moves mountains. Hopefully, it'll move a bowel movement. I'm sorry for all the people eating. We were just talking about such good stuff. I'm sorry. Back to our rock water. Good rock water.
Yeah, the bowels with Donald's bowel babies.
Exactly.
Donald's
Which,
babies.
I mean, I have to almost give it to him. It sounds like a funny atheist fedora talking point.
It was in the Bible, yeah.
But it's in the Bible, just like God of War. We're not completely wearing our fedoras. We're wearing them kind of, but not completely. And okay. And Moses went up onto God. Hey, baby, whatever you got to do, you got to do. And the Lord Bob called unto him out of the mountain. I've seen this movie. Oh my God, this is with the Joker. And the Cowboys. I've seen this. Okay.
20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Exactly. Thus
Pearl
shall... That was such a sexy one. Exactly. Thus shalt thou say... How does it keep on going back to Yahweh somehow, though? Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob's ladder, and tell the children of Israel Shmishmael, No. Ye have seen what I have did unto the New Yorkians, and how I bear... Oh, we remember, baby. And how I bear you... And how I bear you on eagle's wings. Oh, spread eagle. Once again, we're getting sexy. And brought you onto myself. Oh, my. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me, above all of the people, for the earth is mine. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and an holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. Shmishmael. Moses went up to God, and God called to him from out of the mountain, saying, Say this to the Israelites. You saw what I did to the Egyptians. Oh man, he's like making veiled threats. If you obey me, I'll like you more than other people. And going back to favoritism, I own the earth. Okay. You'll be a kingdom of priests. You'll be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words you are to say to the people. These are the words you are to say to the people, baby. Makes perfect sense. And Charlton Heston came and called for the elders of the people.
He did?
I'm just reading the book.
Again?
Just reading it literally. I don't know. I'm just saying. And laid before their faces all these words which the Lord Bob commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, all that the Lord hath spoken, we will do. And Charlton Heston returned the words of the people unto the Lord Bob. Retta says, Pearl Harbor needs a honey in the middle for the cream sandwich. Oh my. I remember that was a sexy movie. It was all sexy. That ended happy. It always ends happy.
It was
Just
all
like
right. It was not a bad movie.
Actually, it was. Just like the Titanic was a good movie. But yes, I don't think they have happy endings. I don't think. I'm not sure. Spoilers.
I mean, if they do, got to pay more for it,
A little bit more.
Little bit
That's the uncut version. And the Lord Bob said to Moses, Lolo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud. Okay, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and I believe thee forever, forever, forever tomorrow. Okay. And Charlton Heston told the words of the people unto the Lord Bob. God said to Moses, I come to you in a thick cloud. So when they make fun of us, they're like, oh, you atheists, you're daddy in the sky with the clouds. Where's my wand? Right over there. See that? It's right there. He came in thick clouds. You could take that any way you want it, baby. It says it right there.
I don't know if the literal light was on or if that's just figurative. You never know.
Just figurative. Exactly. And the Lord said unto Charlton Heston, go unto the people. Oh my God. Give me a break. Let me eat a sandwich or
he's always going on to the people. Every 5 minutes, go to the people. All of them?
Jeez.
All like 2 million of them? Me? You didn't even give us speakers or a bullhorn yet, God. You want me to go tell all the people?
Or foreplay.
Yeah.
And the Lord, and be ready against the third day. For the third day, oh no, not the third day, the Lord will come down. Lots of coming. I feel like
coming down.
There was a bunch of rocks in the last section, last chapter. Now everyone's coming. I guess we're getting close to finish.
We're about to hit climax, yeah.
We're on Mount Sinai. I will come down the side of the people. Oh, he's telling us where he's going to come on Mount Sinai. Good to know. On the chest? No. On Mount Sinai. Oh, okay. And be ready against the third day. Okay, we know. Third day. And thou shalt set bounds. Oh, now you're getting into my stuff. Unto the people. Roundabout saying, oh, never mind. I gotta take roundabouts. Take heed to yourself, that ye go not up unto the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever toucheth the mount shall surely be put to death. Oh, making more death threats.
Well, there you go. That makes sense.
Thou shalt not an hand touch it. Okay. But he shall surely be stoned.
Okay.
Or shot through. That escalated quickly. Well, they are telling you really how to kill someone. Go back to whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. Oh, we got that point. When the trumpet sounded, I'm glad you spelled it out for us, though. When the trumpet soundeth long, they shall come up to the mount. So tell the people not to get near the mountain. Whoever touches it will be stoned or shot through, whether they be man or beast.
Very important. Very, very important that you not touch that mountain.
So what happens when you shank yourself with the knife? See? That's how you make an offering. Then you put yourself on fire. That's exactly what this God wants. Then
I
we're
mean,
in
this is
business.
like the Wizard of Oz. Like, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Don't touch the mountain. Don't touch
Don't
the
touch the
mountain.
mountain. Don't touch the mountain. You'll be fine. And okay, we're killing beasts or man. Apparently, we're killing everybody. That's a nice way to say killing everybody, but okay.
Because
And
animals have sentience and agency. They're, if a goat walks up to it, you got to kill it because, hey.
gotta kill it. You gotta
Yeah.
sacrifice. Look, what would it be if gods weren't getting sacrifices? A decent people? I was gonna say a
Yeah.
decent person. How about a decent
I mean,
god?
I guess if animals can break the law too, then, yeah, you'd have utter anarchy. So we have to arrest the animals when they do something wrong.
Gotta arrest those damn animals. And okay, we're not having a man shall touch it, and sorely be stoned. And Moses went down from the mount. He dismounted from God, I guess, onto the people and sanctified the people. If you get
Oh,
what I mean.
I bet he did.
I bet he
Bet he
did.
did sanctify them.
And they washed their clothes.
They had
And
to.
I bet they had to afterwards. And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day. Come not at your wives. Like I said, it's Yahweh. They're spelling that out for us.
Bill Clinton would remember that one on the dress. On the dress, Bill.
On the dress. But not that dress that was bluer gold. Not that one. And it came to pass the third day that there were thunder, thunder. Good AC/DC song. And lightning. And a thick cloud upon the mount. I think they're just trying to explain to us what happens every time God climaxes. And the voice of the trumpet.
He kills people, or is that what happens before he climbs, or both?
No. That's what makes him get there.
Okay.
See? It's all making sense. You kill enough people, and then he's like, Tower of Babel. He was just like, you fuckers can't speak language anymore. So we got trumpets, baby.
Like, ha, you guys think linguistics? Ha! Fuck you.
Fuck you, your linguistics. And remember, folks, it's the Bible study after dark.
Yeah, like HBO after like 3 a.m. Everything gets kind of raunchy.
Though we only add in half the raunchiness. The Bible adds in the other half.
That's true. It does a lot of the work on its own.
Give me that mountain. Gimme. And this is just as our normal viewer sponsorship. Have you coveted your daughter today? But Lot's daughter too. Covered Lot's daughter. Biblically approved.
I mean, there was no one else for them to be with. What were they gonna do? They had to get their dad a little tipsy.
Look, James, it was lonely. There was the camel or my daughter. And apparently they chose both. So, the things you got to do for love. All right.
I guess. Okay, Daddy. Daddy Lot.
Daddy Lot. Okay. And Mount Sinai, say what? Was all together on a smoke. So you're saying it's a volcano? I feel like if that mountain is smoking, that is a sign that you should go away from the mountain. That's just my advice.
It wasn't a volcano. It's God up there smoking.
God, of course. Dirt.
God's smoking some doobies up there. He's got a cigar. He's sipping some human blood.
That's what he does. That's why he needs the sacrifices and the foreskins. Okay. And Mount Say What was all together on a smoke, because the Lord, Bob, descended upon it in fire. Once again, he's coming down in first person. And the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace. And the whole mount quaked greatly. Was it like Quaker Oats? Are we talking, or are we talking more
No,
like the
like
cereal?
AC/DC. My mind
Oh,
was
AC/DC.
shaking. The earth was quaking. Yeah, shook
Okay,
him
I'll
all
take
night
it.
long. Yeah, you remember.
Oh, that sounds good then. And when the voice of the trumpet, ooh, we're getting back into instruments again, sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, Charlton Heston spake, and Odd answered him by a voice, because it seems like at this point in the Old Testament, God was still answering our calls. Okay, that's fine. No, I'm sure he gets busy now. That's fine. That's like whatever.
Thank you for calling God. Because God loves you, He will be happy to answer your prayer within the next 7 trillion years. Please press 1 for a callback. Please press 2 to be transported directly to hell. Fuck you.
That's right. And if you have lost your passport to hell, always remember we are issuing passports to hell. You have to get them verified. You don't even have to kill anyone like the Inner Circle Atheists. The passports are going out. In fact, we have a promo code for everyone watching to go straight to hell if you'd like. It's just an option. That's not a threat.
666.
Not a threat like the Christians. We're actually offering a timeshare in hell. So it's a little bit different.
We worked out a special deal with the devil, you know.
Exactly. We have there's like a river and ocean of the dam, and there's actually a good view. So once again,
that's where God is torturing the non-Christian children, right?
Yes.
Okay. The children who happen to be born in non-Christian countries, so they never had a chance to hear about Jesus. So,
and the ones of other religions, the atheists, and the
Jews
denomination, the Jews
who died in the Holocaust,
and the pagans. Don't forget the pagans. Shout out to the pagans, and the very specific but close sects of your religion, but still aren't yours. So it's Christianity, and they were just had it. They were like just there, so close with that golden ticket, and then boop, 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 boop.
They weren't Calvinist, or they weren't Eastern Orthodox, or they weren't Roman Catholics. Yeah. Whichever one happens to be right. We don't know.
The right kind.
You weren't the right one. You believed the wrong thing on baptism, or you didn't believe the right thing on the Pope.
Which is why you should get your timeshare now. 1-800-666. Don't call. It isn't a real number. Call right now. No contradictions. No contradictions allowed.
Yeah. Not 911. 666.
Not 911. 666. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Let's go back into the fun. I saw another comment, and then we'll go back into the fun. Flum says, arrest some fucking polar bears. Those gosh darn polar bears.
Right.
I actually think this is a shout out, my weekly shout out to the entire branch of carnivore. They're so amazing, of which polar bears are. They're so amazing. I would probably die petting a polar bear.
Absolutely, because the Lord your God applies criminal law to animals. So, imagine calling the cops and saying that there's a raccoon in my backyard.
And they would be like, no. That's just Ratchet. That he's fine. He's trying to save the galaxy. Just let him go.
There's a squirrel. I see a squirrel. He's around the backside of my property. All right, man. We'll ask God to just kill him for you.
Just pray for it. Praise God. I saw another comment, but I'll have to find it. But that's okay. Let's jump back in. Where were we? We were right on the top of Mount Sinai. Holy moly!
I think we're at 19.
No, we spacked. We have been spacking. God answered him in a voice. And the Lord came down. He just came down. We read that.
Okay.
And the Lord said, the Lord Bob said unto Charlton Heston, go down. Charge the people. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Charge the people.
Uh-oh. Now we get bling bling, baby. It always comes back to money. I know.
Do you have your ticket?
I do. I have my ticket. I have my golden key. So it's kind of like a ticket. This is the golden key to heaven. That's how you get in. But this is just how much I paid for slaves. This is only biblically speaking, of course, biblically speaking, they're going to work like in the field like normally, but biblically speaking.
Biblical slavery?
Exactly.
Right,
See,
yeah.
biblical slavery. It's okay then.
Okay.
That's fine.
Because you have to give them like Sunday off or Saturday off. I'm sorry. There you go.
Exactly. Amaretto says, sin 100 times, get 2 weeks free. Ah, what a deal. See, we're having such a good time. And you know why it's such a good deal? Because God needs money. That's the
Not
funny
just any
thing.
money, your
The
money.
funny thing, Jay, he's all powerful. He's all knowing and omnipresent. Just has a hard time with money. That's that one thing. And
God gives the money to you, and he wants you to give it back to him. And then he will give you more money to take care of the things that you need to do. But he needs you to give it to him first.
Exactly. See, what you need to understand is once you give it to your pastor and they get better clothing, you're eventually going to see those riches. The spoils will trickle down. Though not even better than trickle down, they will poof. They're going to poof, baby. You just got to believe.
The pastor doesn't need your money. God needs your money. He's just the middleman. So if you stiff your pastor, you're stiffing God. And God is very clear that men should not do that to other, because just no. So
now you get it, James. Now
post a video yourself, shoveling cash or blank checks, watches, jewelry, whatever, into the collection plate. Thank you. I think Amy's got something right here for the collection.
Ramen.
Yes. Shovel it in, baby. Shovel it in for God.
Shovel it in. It's very close to trolling for Jesus, making money for Jesus. Okay. Back to Mount Say. What? And the Lord. So we're charging. We're gazing. And the Lord said unto Charlton Heston, charge the people, lest they break through the Lord Bob's gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also, which come near to the Lord Bob, sanctify themselves, lest the Lord Bob break forth upon them. And Charlton Heston said unto the Lord Bob, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou charged us, saying, set bounds about the mount, oh baby, and sanctify it. And the Lord Bob said unto him, away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up thou, and Aaron Ra with thee. But let thee, the priests and the people, break through to come up unto the Lord, lest the break forth upon them. God said to Moses, God, go down, tell the people to stay away, lest they see me and die, because I kind of like doing that. Only you and Aaron can come up the mountain, because I kind of like having chosen people, but not the priests and the people, or I'd have to kill them, because I kind of like doing that. So Moses went down to the people and spat upon them. So Moses went down to the people.
So it sounds like they've got like imagine like Thunder Mountain at Disney World, and they've got like the lines with the ropes out there. Sounds like that's what God's got going on with Mount Sinai.
Exactly. It sounds fun, except if you come, hoo-hoo, that's what she said, you die. What a great time. Except for Moses and Aaron.
Yeah, like a Black Widow almost.
And God. God always seems to be having a good time.
Always, yeah. Always in a good mood.
Mwah. And all right. So we just got done reading the book of Exodus. See how I got food on my mind. The book of Exodus, chapter 19.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
We are
So
almost at the 50% mark.
yeah, we're about to hit the 50% mark of the entire book of Exodus. And okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen Moses go up the Mount of say what and talk with God, and only him and Aaron,
Only him and
because
Aaron Ra.
oh yeah, Aaron Ra, because the other people suck. So what do you think, James?
I guess, yeah. God doesn't want to kill the other people. I guess if they see him, they're going to die. But God made it special so that Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra can see him, and they won't die. But anybody else comes up, they'll die.
Once again, picking favorites.
Why not? I mean,
Normally, slavery is my theme, but this time it tends to be picking favorites. Ah, the morality we learn.
God loves covenants and making new ones and having special people and blessing certain people, to the detriment of others. Why not?
Woo-hoo! Why not? And okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be reading our last chapter for the night, and then we're going to be
opening up
switching, opening up Hell's floodgates, and letting you out there on the interwebs join us right here on the streaming and tell us what you think about what you just read. So woohoo! And wow, what a way to end the night. My gosh, this is a loaded full of chapter of fun.
Absolutely, yeah.
We get to start. So God spoke all these words, which are often called the 10 Commandments. Kind of a big deal. And that's funny that I'm just realizing that I guess there really is no chapter delineation. It's just the meme is almost more popular than, the book of Exodus chapter 20. Because that's just such a random thing.
Look at the menu God's got for us over there on the right.
It is a gigantic menu.
Wow.
We're starting off with hilarity, and I think I have to look this. Is this prophecy? We're moving into whole sorts.
I haven't seen that one in a while.
New territory. Interpretation.
That's a new one.
I'm gonna have to expand. I always love reasons to buy new fun toys, but hey, all right. So interpretation, which I wonder if that means that. So we're actually reading, if anyone's been paying attention, welcome to our Skeptic and Ranting Mount Say What, where we are reading the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, which is a version of the King James Bible with the annotations on the right-hand side. So it's the regular King James version plus a little bit of notes on the side for funsies.
Just a few side notes.
Just a few.
Maybe the interpretation, maybe that's because, there's several different lists of the 10 Commandments. All the denominations, they all read the same chapter, but they all get their lists a little bit different.
A little bit different
as far as what the 10 Commandments are.
That's true. All the different, there is different types of lists. Oh, that's why it's saying interpretation.
Maybe that might be what it
But
is.
no, that's probably 100% where it is. Because if you go on the Wikipedia and try and look at the Ten Commandments, it
Yeah,
has
there's
like
different ones.
a grid list that lets
Yeah.
you see that.
So the Catholics have theirs, the Calvinists have theirs. I mean, some of them are the same, but there are differences. God loves his commandments. Yes, he
God
does.
loves his commandments.
He
And Tony,
loves them.
why did God write on stone? Paper would be easier. Just showing off. I know. You know, if you
He
think he
didn't
was
have paper. Did he
God,
have paper?
he could have. You think he could have made like a TV or broadcasted it out to them? But hey, he's working with apparently the exact same technology that people had at the time.
Right.
Coincidental.
Well, he wrote them on stone. That way, they would last forever. That way, we would still have these today so that we could see them, that they were written by the hand of God, and that we would not have to trust that maybe some guy made this up. No, no, no. From God, because it's written in stone by the hand of God. Praise I am that I am.
Praise I am that I am.
Yes.
Jealous. Yahweh. All those names. And okay, so interpretations, but not just interpretations. It's the cutest version of intolerance that I could find. He's a little bit
He's a little sad.
he's a little bit sad. This octopus is just intolerant against everyone. So you can forgive him. But the Bible, I think
He's not a
might
bad
have some,
guy. God
he's
just
not a
hardened his
bad guy.
heart. God hardened his heart, so God made him intolerant, but it's not him.
Exactly. But it wouldn't be the Bible if we didn't have a little bit of injustice. Because the Bible doesn't contradict itself. That would be silly. How many times does the Bible not contradict itself? We're
I
finding
mean,
out, folks.
you would think that the creator of the universe wouldn't be on par with Judge Judy or something like that in terms of their justice, but hey.
No, actually, that's kind of an insult. Shouldn't say that's an insult to Judge Judy, but I feel like if I had to pick who to be judged by, I feel like it would be an easy choice.
Judge Judy would be better.
At least she's a real judge, right?
At least she is a real judge.
She went to law school. I'll take it.
Imagine
Okay.
if that's what the judgment in heaven is like. It's like God's version of Judge Judy, where you know.
Amaretto says God has no imagination. Yeah, he is. He's not very. I don't want to say he's not clever, but one dimensional. One dimensional. Like,
I mean, it only took him eternity to decide to create people, so you know.
But speaking of someone not one dimensional, Randolph Richardson in the house.
Yeah,
Woo-hoo!
Gizmo, that's Randolph. Oh yes. Meow. That's Randolph.
Oh, it's okay, Gizmo. That's just Gizmo's way of saying hi. And okay. So we also have violence. Who doesn't like violence? Gotta make it R. Gotta make it R. Okay. And we're back to our creation science. This is good. We're gonna fit it in this time.
I mean,
got it.
A Bible chapter without violence, that's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, but like a drama. I mean, it's just kind of weird when he's going the whole movie without killing people. It's just not, yeah. He's so good at it, so, I mean, God. He's so good. God is so good at killing people. You know, if he goes too long without doing it, he's just wasting his potential.
Just wasting all that
He's wasting
potential
his
that he
potential.
could be showing off. James, you got to glorify him. We got to figure out how to glorify him.
Glory to him.
I figured out, yes. And not a glory hole. Or maybe a glory hole. But as long as you're glorifying at the glory hole. As long as you're doing both.
Maybe stick some money, like a 20 through there. for
Hands
God.
up says, I get along well. Cats, dogs on the hand don't always like to. Aw. See, I love, once again, that whole carnivora. Dogs, I'm like, puppy. Cats come over, I'm like, oh my God, kitty. That's why I feel like I'd die if there's a polar bear. Like everyone would be like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I'd be like, I'm going to die, but I'm going to get hugs right before it.
You'll give him a hug as he's decapitating you.
Exactly. And okay. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I said. I needed to get to it. Apparently,
There's something good in there.
there's something good in the Bible.
Maybe the thou shalt not kill. Maybe that counts as
Which, I mean, we shouldn't kill. I mean, generally speaking. I mean, it's a little vague, but generally speaking.
In most circumstances, it's
Most
not good. Yeah.
circumstances. But we can't. Alongside that good, we got to make sure our women are in check. I mean, I mean, feminism. Yes. The Bible is feminist, definitely.
Just a given. She can't debate Mr. Batman. You can't do it.
Shout out
Excuse
to
me,
the
sir.
debate, which I think will
Excuse me,
happen
sir.
next week. Sir. I would debate Mr. Batman. I would debate Darth. I'm all excited. All the people that people don't want to do. Well, I don't want to say don't want to do.
Do we have something with Gavin yet?
I'm eventually that got postponed. I think he had
Again?
something, but I'm eventually gonna have some fun with Gavin. Gavin,
track him down.
I would say come on the channel, but I mean that, you know, maybe wrong wording, but you know what I mean. And okay, let's get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. The book of Exodus, chapter 20. God spoke all these words.
All of them. Okay.
All of
Not
them.
just some of them.
Spoke
All of these.
them.
Okay.
Not just some of them. Which are often called the 10 Commandments. And God spake all these words, kinky, saying, I am the Lord thy God. I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
And
wait.
Can we go back to the house of bondage?
I know. We were just in, like, what was it? The field of sin. Now we're leaving the house of bondage. Man, this sucks.
I kind of like the house of bondage.
I know. Thou shalt have no gods before me. You know, I'm reading it so fast, I was kind of expecting there to be numbers. Like God was like, number 1. But I guess it can't be like that, right?
No, come on. You number him. You number him. He's not going to number him. You number him.
So thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or at any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth.
Now, if you're saying to yourself, didn't God just say not to make a picture of anything anywhere? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
So if you have a picture of your spouse or your child, that would be a violation of that in the strict, literal reading of it. A picture of a tree, a picture of a bird, a picture of a turkey or a fish. No, it's all sinful.
I don't know what is with religion and this. I guess it goes back to just making things holy. Like when we get to, I've already picked it out. I'm pretty sure when we get to actually doing like a Quran reading, I think Muhammad is going to be called Mo. It's not disrespectful. And I've seen other people shorten it to Mo before.
At least you're not making an image of him. That would be bad.
Exactly. Well, let me tell you. Stick figures and hello, Nicholas Lamar.
But yeah, that was because
I don't get it. I don't
God
get
would
it.
Have. Well, if you have a picture of your spouse or your parents or your child, and maybe you'll want to worship that instead of God. Maybe you'll reflect on, them instead of God, and you need to be spending that time thinking about God because he brought you out of the house of bondage.
And in fact, isn't the whole Isaac, what was the story was to show that you love yourself, you love God more than your children.
Yeah,
Oh,
Abraham and
sacrifice
Isaac.
Abraham and Isaac at the very beginning. I mean, is that not a story to demonstrate that you should love your God more than your children?
And that was poor Will in that debate when Skylar asked him about that, if he would go. Yeah,
And I've
that
been
was that
thinking
was
about that.
that was
I
rough.
think I felt bad because I couldn't have an after show for that and the debate that was had tonight. But I think I might just do Calvinism as a subject. I think I'm going to do two. We're going to do free will as a subject, just on its own. And I think we're going to do Calvinism because we can learn, good or bad. We can learn because I'm learning more, about.
I'll tell you all about it. We'll
There you
go
go.
over it
We'll
all.
learn.
Praise God. Praise
Praise
John Calvin.
Jesus.
Don't be
Woo-hoo.
Miguel Servetus because Calvin burnt him. But
Well, it's so funny. Until I until I met Will, I'd never heard the term Arminian, and so now I'm interested. Just like it wasn't until my 20s that I'd first heard the difference between Protestant and Catholic, which to a Christian is like, what? Are you that sheltered? Yeah. Yes, I was that sheltered.
So like that stuff the early church had to hash out in like the first few centuries. They had lots of councils and summits and synods, and they hashed all this out and voted on what the doctrine was going to be.
Not gonna lie, that's gonna be the name of the episode. Didn't I tell you this, James?
You did, yeah, Free Willy.
I can't help it. I'm glad great minds think alike, DeFreak. We got that. It's too
He
easy.
must have heard that.
Too easy to pass up.
Our lovable trolling friend there.
Amaretto says, trying to turn my house into the house of bondage. Woohoo!
Do it.
And probably a much better one. I don't think I want to be part of Yahweh's house of bondage. The more I read, the more skeptical I am. Let's just put it that way. And okay, where were we? So
5.
God has his list. Abraham has his goddamn list.
No pictures of anything
Yahweh.
anywhere. No pictures of anything. There you go.
Great. Very important. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I am the Lord, thy God, am a jealous God. Why am I a jealous God? Can't I get over that? No, I have to act like a preteen. Oh my God. I'm like jealous of all the other gods. I'm going to write it in my diary. Get over it, Yahweh.
They're worshiping somebody else. I don't like it.
They're worshiping other gods and they're coveting. They drew a picture of me. Wait, hold on.
They drew a picture of a fish or an octopus. It's an octopus. I don't like it. Get it, Amy. Where is it?
Oh, the octopus? I'm looking for some.
I don't like it. That's triggering me. It's an image of something in the water.
I normally have something to draw. Oh, here we go. It was right in front of me the whole time. Too much stuff. Here we go. So what was the commandment?
Which one? Not to the jealous God?
No. Right before that. It was don't make
graven images.
Yeah.
And then don't serve them.
And don't serve them. Uh-oh. Well, we can only go so far. All right, here we go. Yeah. What now?
What does that say?
It says God.
God?
Just to make sure we know who the stick figure is.
Is it anatomically correct? I think it is, yeah.
I think it think it accidentally became very much a hymn. I don't know if it was a dress or something else, but okay. There we go.
Well, there you go. Praise him.
All right.
Praise
Praise
Jehovah.
I am. And speaking of Jehovah, we have Jamie Russell in the house.
Uh-oh.
Sup, Jamie? And I'll say, I don't think LPP is here. He's always invited. He would get ample time. I would never mute him. Come on, Theus. We don't bite
I'm
hard.
sure he's been in, but he doesn't. He lurks. Let's just say he lurks, but he doesn't, stick his little head out of his shell.
It's okay. I understand. We always welcome. And hey, if he's just out there watching, we
if he's lurking, keep
enjoy
lurking.
it. Keep lurking. We enjoy all everyone's viewership out there in YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch.
But make sure you don't have any pictures of, anything anywhere, because God wouldn't like that.
Or if you would like to continue this memeing action after we're done, don't forget that we also have an awesome and lovely Discord channel. So go check out the Skeptic and Ranting Discord channel. Woo-hoo-hoo! And all right.
We're in the middle of 5. In the middle of 5.
Middle of 5. That happened. See, I got so distracted. He was talking about being jealous.
But we're getting to a great little bit of God's justice here in the middle of 5.
So, visiting the antiquity of the fathers upon the children onto the 3rd and the 4th generation of them that hate me. What? And showing mercy unto the thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. I am a jealous God, punishing children for what their fathers did. I thought that's what that said, and I really didn't want it to. To the 3rd and 4th generation. Wow. So we're starting to see where the concepts of hell originate.
So you could be being punished right now for stuff that your great-great-grandparents did.
Yeah, I hate that concept.
God.
The concept of passing sins or whatever down to your children. No, if you murder someone, your child is not being sent to jail, and someone innocent is not being sent to jail in your place. That is not how morality works.
Well, it is when you're God.
And the Discord link is on the screen. So go check that out. Thank you, the lovely Titan Uranus. And okay, let's move it on down to 7. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord Bob will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Well,
don't take my name in vain.
These commandments are all really good, important things so far. I mean,
the wisdom.
Yeah. Imagine if we did that, allowed people to do that, take God's name in vain.
And see, they get angry when we say just take snippets. Like, spoiler alert, when it says thou shalt not kill, no, we don't want to make killing legal. That's not what we're saying. It's just that God's list, he's got 10. If only a few are good. Those spoilers, let's not prejudge.
A couple are good, yeah.
Woohoo! Hello, Maya. All right. Let's see. We're moving along. Let's remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. That seems important.
Very.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. Remember the Sabbath day. Do all your work on the 6th on Sabbath. He has this thing with 6 days and sleeping on the 7th. Okay. Once again, like a callback. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord. Why does God need a starship? I mean, a day.
The Lord doesn't. We do, silly.
We do.
We
But the
do.
seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord, thy Bob, thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor maidservant. Sorry, I got slavery stuck in my throat. Nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is in within thy
Oh,
gates.
so this law applies to the animals too. Well, that's good.
It's all making sense. The seventh day is the Sabbath day. Don't do any work on that day, and don't let your children, slaves, strangers, or cattle do any work on that day either.
So just tell your cattle out there, Amy, not to do any work. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. They
Tell
know.
tell Moonlight, hey, don't do anything on Saturday.
And if so, do you have to put them to?
I guess you would.
Oh,
Yeah, you have to kill them.
doesn't sound too good.
Just lay around all day. Don't do anything. Oh, well, okay, they're fine.
They'll be fine. And
They'll
okay,
be fine.
for in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth. We know, we remember. He told us in chapter 1. The sea and all that in them is and rested the seventh day.
That's a Ken
Wherefore
Hogan verse right there.
for in the 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea,
You,
and
because therefore God's referring to it as 6 literal days because of the week. So, he says that means that all the gap theory doesn't make sense because right here God is saying he did it in 6 days.
Are you saying this is where the creationism shtick comes in?
That's one of the verses they go to, yeah. Because it refers to it as literal days.
I mean,
It does.
it says 6 literal days, but it doesn't say
Yeah.
6,000. It doesn't say 10,000. That's interpretation. I learned, actually. In fact, Jamie, a shout out to you. We're both right in some ways, in that I learned that interpretation comes later in Christianity, where they say something where it's like a day is like 1,000
I think that's in the
days or so.
Psalms.
But it
Is that in
says
the
something.
Psalms?
But it says like. It doesn't say a day is
Yeah.
1,000 years. It says like, and that's in the New Testament. So far, God has not said nothing
That's in the
about
New
6.
Testament. I thought that was in Psalms. Maybe I'm wrong.
Isn't Psalms the New Testament?
I thought it wasn't. No, Psalms is the Old Testament.
Oh, really? I don't know. I'll have to look. I'll have to look again. To be
I'll double
updated.
check.
And okay, moving along. We're this fun list. Oh, and I like how the good stuff is like, just like, boop, boop, boop. Okay, hold on. I'm skipping. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord Bob, thy God, giveth thee. Honor your father and mother. Once again, this is good if you have a good father and mother. If your father and mother have been shitty to you, don't honor them. If your father and mother have been wise and help lead you to be the person you are today, then honor them. There you go. You don't need a
Oh, I have
commandment,
a
but
story about that one from.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's my situational ethics. I can't help it because there are people that are abused
Yes.
that this should not be applied to. That you should not honor them. They have not the just just being born or just having children doesn't give you, which you would think the atheists and the pagans seems to get this very easily, but some of the, not all of this, but some of the Christians you think would get that. You might want to be nice to, your mom and your dad if they're nice to you. Reciprocal. What
Oh,
were you?
so the thing, the 1,000 years, it's in Psalms and it's in Second Peter, so it's in both the Old Testament and the New Testament. There you go.
All right, but that's still interpretations. There's still
Yeah.
interpretations, and hey, see, So see, and I'm kind of agreeing with you. So we'll meet each other halfway in the middle. See, we
It doesn't say it exactly,
fine
but
something. But at
look,
least I'm
it's malleable.
understanding where. But at least I'm understanding where it comes from, because a lot of
Yeah.
terms are starting to like supernatural. I don't think there really is any biblical. I think that's a
Not
PR
yet.
term still. I might have my mind changed, but okay. So
Ezekiel 13.
we're getting to half of the ones at the bottom of the list that some of the atheists agree with. Once again, this is my talking point shout out for good design is in simplicity. So you notice all those long commandments, and the good ones tend to be short. So, thou shalt not kill, don't kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery, don't commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal, don't steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, don't lie. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. This is always the one that we get into because it's almost anti-capitalistic. Thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his slavery in male form, slavery in female form, nor his ox, nor his ass.
They can't go more than a few chapters without throwing the ass in.
You shouldn't covet someone's ass, at least that hard. Nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Don't covet your neighbor's possessions, including his wives, slaves,
or his ass.
Oxes or ass. Yeah. All right. And most people, most Christians and Jews and probably Muslims, who the hell knows, are like, and that's where the commandments end, right? We're done. We now move on.
Basically, yeah.
To the next chapter. And it's like, well, now that you ask,
you don't have to stop
actually, maybe a few more 100 or 200 or more commandments. Now that we think about it, where would the fun be without more rules? Everybody loves rules. Rules.
Hey, if there's no rules, then there's nothing to judge people for. There's no reason to kill people, so you gotta have more rules.
Gotta have rules so they can
people can break them. Yeah.
But it's okay. It's funny. We can laugh about it.
I mean, imagine how empty the jails would be if the law books were like 4 pages long. I mean, you wouldn't really need any. Yeah. There you go.
It'd be nice and easy.
Gotta have more rules than that.
But that's okay because the Bible doesn't contradict itself.
Never.
The Bible would never contradict itself, but it may be a little bit violent. There may be a little bit of violence. Not too much violence, just enough violence because we kind of want to mix it in with sex.
It's the perfect amount of violence. The perfect amount.
Yes, exactly. When you're trying to get that just perfect taste of violence and sex, that's how you go. All right, a few more commandments because everyone likes rules and lists. I like lists better than I like rules, but and I guess rules are a type of list, right? And all people saw the thunderings, getting exciting, and the lightnings, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. It's a volcano, and when the people saw, oh my God, there's fire coming out of the mountain. We should give it a name. We should call it
God.
Smoke Mountain. God works.
Smoke Saint. Oh, wrong one.
Sex, violence, and rock and roll. The Bible Reloaded, baby. Woohoo! All right.
But it has to be sex in accordance with God's rules.
Has to be, it has to be the really holy kind of sex.
Holy sex.
Holy sex. and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar, because they're like, it's a volcano. We probably shouldn't stand near it. And they said unto Charlton Heston, speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. They said to Moses, speak to us, and we will hear. But don't let God speak to us, or we will die. Okay? And Moses said, and Charlton Heston said unto his people, fear not, guys, it's going to be good. For Od is come to prove you, and that his
Odd.
fear, that's my new name for God. I think Odd. I think Odd works, because I was saying God Bob, and that just, I think Odd works. Is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before you, faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Charlton Heston drew near unto them the thick darkness where God was. God was in a thick darkness? He's Voldemort?
Yeah.
And the
Volcano.
Lord, once again, volcano. And the Lord Bob said unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Shmishmael, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Hello, heaven speaking. Ye shall not make with me gods of
Earth
silver.
calling God.
Earth calling God. Is this collect? Ugh. Neither shall ye make unto
Somebody
you
did a
gods
show
of
about
gold.
that. Yeah, somebody did.
Did someone do a bit? Moses
Someone
came
did
near
a video about that. Earth calling God.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
God said to Moses, tell the people you talked to me from heaven. Okie dokie. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice them thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it.
It's a
Build an
good thing for
altar.
him not to tell us about the making gods out of gold, because I couldn't
Thank you.
imagine anything like that happening.
Build an altar and sacrifice sheep and oxen to me as burnt offerings and peace offerings. Do this everywhere you go, and I'll bless you for it. Neither shall thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be discovered thereon. Don't go up the stairs to the altar, so no one will discover your nakedness. Oh my.
God does not like nakedness.
No nakey. And okay, we have just read
Is
the
that
book
it?
of Exodus, chapter 20.
Ooh.
That is going to bring us unto our open mic section. Are you ready, James?
I'm ready. Open up the gates.
Woohoo!
Welcome to
And so I'll let that linger in from our the book of Exodus, chapter 20 for a second. And then I'm going to put the StreamYard link in chat if anyone would like to see. And feel free to come join us and tell us what you think of this Bible study. Mount Say, what? And James, what are your
welcome
thoughts?
well, welcome to hell. You know, it's the weather's nice down here. It's yeah, what else can you say about it? But yeah, so we finally got to the Ten Commandments. We finally got through that. This is episode 18, I think, of our Bible study series. So we are halfway through the book of Exodus. So can't wait to see what wisdom we have in store for us soon. We got our first thumbs up. We had a few commandments that weren't, evil. A few of them that weren't evil. So, hey, it's getting better, right?
Exactly. We found 2 things that were good. So there you go. That cancels out everything that we've read so far.
Yeah, we could have started the Bible right around here, and everything that happened before never did really happen. So would have saved the scribes a lot of trouble. But hey, I guess they were getting paid by the word. So.
And okay, the link is in chat. I'm going to pin it if anyone would like to join us.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
Pin the bibble on Amy.
And we're now officially halfway through Exodus, the book of Exodus.
The book of the damned.
The book of Dan. But Dan works too.
Dan. I wonder whatever happened to Dan. I think it said he died one time, but it's been so long.
Yeah, they were going through, and I think they were trying to put bows on things. They were like, and he died. It'll be good. You'll be fine.
The other people who we didn't mention they died at some point too. They're not still around, but not sure exactly when they died. But you can rest assured that they did die.
But they did have a horrible, gruesome death. That's how we like it here.
Well,
we like to have that.
Of course.
With a little mix of sex. A little bit of that.
Sex and death, right? And no touching of the mountain.
No touchy.
For animals too, because it applies to animals too. So if a bird happened to fly by on the mountain and decide to perch against it, I'm sorry about the killed bird.
I'm sorry, birdie. And Randolph says, I'll be back in 20 minutes. If I have enough energy, I'll join you. But hey, I just saw our first person backstage.
Who is it?
Just saw Amaretto, who I don't know if you've ever met. We are Skeptic Bible Rantin on Mount Say What? How are you doing, Amaretto? And what are your thoughts on tonight?
I've taken 10 hits from my weed vaporizer pen, and it's clearly not enough.
Keep going.
Yeah, it's funny because ignore the mess in the background. It's a pandemic. It's funny because I'm not necessarily a skeptic. Amy and I have actually known each other for a long time. And we used to have, what was it, Amy, nightly philosophical debates in the apartment, 8 years ago. So I'm not per se what you would call a complete skeptic. I identify as a Unitarian Universalist. I'm a pagan. I'm a Wiccan.
We have a lot of nice pagans come on this channel. KO Champ's not on, but he may be bonding with you.
I guess maybe the difference is I'm not interested in being polite or heterosexual. So, but it's funny because I grew up going to Sunday school. It's funny, we were talking in the main chat, Catholicism versus Christianity. And I'm well, no, all the Christian denominations should all be separate. Anyways, it's the same distance between Catholicism and general Protestant Christianity in the first place. And I kind of know about that because half of my family, my mom's side of the family is we are a very Italian Catholic. My grandmother and her side of the family, my grandmother was actually a descendant of a Methodist minister from Massachusetts. So I kind of grew up with 2 different perspectives, the Catholicism and Christianity, Protestant Christianity. And it's really interesting because I'm looking at this and I'm just like, I think, half of honestly, I think my Catholic family is way more chill about taking this as it's not an exact literal interpretation. It's more figurative, which that's kind of like how I see the Bible. I see it as more figurative because of the sociopolitics that went into making the Bible and the different versions and all that shit. But, I feel it's like the Protestant Christians definitely take this a little bit more literally, especially your Southern Baptists and Pentecostals. So I think it's kind of interesting because I didn't even know about this, annotated version of the Bible. It's kind of nice in a sense because it's, it breaks it down. There's so many people who will take it because the Bible is, in a sense, some versions it's like you're studying Shakespeare, which I did. And it's Old English can be very hard to understand in a modern day sense. But yeah, there's just so many people who are willing to blindly believe people. And I think it's more on the Protestant side of the overarching Christianity. So I don't know. I just kind of thought it was neat to, see this broken down because you didn't tell me until like a couple days ago. This is the project you've been working on, Amy. I'm so disappointed.
Her project.
Woohoo!
Yeah. So
Well,
I'm not sure if I should.
Go ahead, Amy.
I'm not sure if I should be. Sometimes I'm super shy about it. Sometimes I'm super excited about it. I'm like, gosh.
You want everything to be perfect, before you.
But now I'm excited to have you on.
Well, most Protestant
I just wish I was more
denominations.
prepared. I'm very self-conscious about my mess, but I don't know.
Protestantism, they typically refer to the doctrine of sola scriptura, which is where they view the Bible as their main source of doctrine and it trumps everything else. But the Catholics don't do that. They look at multiple sources. They look at the church. They look at tradition and different things. And the Bible is just one piece of that puzzle for them. But the Protestants tend to just go mainly with the Bible and that's it.
Yeah. And it's funny because she's my grandmother's cousin or something like that. But yeah, I actually have witchcraft in like my Italian Catholic side of the family. We had the childhood book Strega Nona or something like that, Grandma Witch here in the US.
Funny. Bring that up because someone actually tagged you, Emma. She says, could you ask her if a Wiccan would be considered a witch?
Yeah, most Wiccans will consider themselves witches. Male and female and anybody in between. There is this common conception that male witches were called warlocks, and that's actually not most Wiccan men or mask-leaning people would probably not like that, from my understanding.
They would just use the term witch.
Yeah, and like it's funny because I've been on a dating app called Timey, who's like kind of like geared towards like LGBT community people, and I found like a couple of Christians who are like, yes, I'm a Christian and a witch, and I'm like, that used to not be a thing. So yeah, I mean it's kind of,
what that means? They burn themselves. No, just kidding.
So you're a Wiccan. When you say you're a Wiccan, do you actually believe that there's something going on there? Is it just like
I do. Okay. I think it's like my overarching thing is I identify very strongly with Unitarian Universalism in general because I think you can find inspiration in a lot of different faiths and sources. In the witchcraft, I do think there is something going on there. Is it necessarily like Harry Potter witchcraft? No, I don't. I think if anything, even if it's just like a grounding your own energy and kind of giving you a sense of purpose and focus and a little bit of relief, positive energy, a positive mind shift, what is it, a podiagram shift or something like that?
Paradigm
shift, yes. Yeah. I read Stephen Covey in high school, 7 highly effective habits of highly effective teens, and they talked about that a lot. And so that's kind of how I see it. You know, I do think that there might be something to the paranormal, you know, and stuff like that. Do I necessarily,
Do a
you know,
podcast
do
on
I?
that.
We should do something like that, but do I necessarily think that, you know, there's nothing going on there, that it's, you know, no, I can't say, you know, and I'm not going to disregard, like, you know, I appreciate science. Amy and I talked about that a lot. Like, I appreciate science. And, you know, I have told someone who was a friend of ours, I had a discussion years ago. I was like, you know, I would love to be able to prove, like, you know, the scientific existence of a soul. But at the same time, if that happened, the world would destroy itself because everybody would be going like bonkers over it. It would be used to oppress people and everything else. So I kind of just...
They've been doing that for a while anyway.
And
oh, yeah, but I mean, it would be even worse. I mean, it would be even worse. There would be so much more violence against anybody deemed a sinner, you know. I think.
Hey, if they could prove it, I'd be open to the concept of souls and sinning, and.
But it would have to be, you know, just to prove that the soul. But you'd have to prove.
Did I just cut you off? Your face was like you just cut me.
Mine? No. No.
Okay, as long as I didn't cut you off, that face was like you.
No.
Good,
honey,
good.
Honey, I've had my medication. You're fine.
Yay!
I'm just medicated right now.
You have to take your medication before reading the Bible.
Very much so. You know, sometimes your medication is like a line off of, like, you know, somebody's, you know, genitalia, you know, and partaking in some immoral sin before you go ahead and do it. And for other people, it's just having fun with a plant.
I have a sign that I think you can appreciate, Amaretto. It's a categories, but it's for when the Bible ever shows something about gay.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. You know, my new thing, like I said earlier, my new thing is I'm not interested in being polite or heterosexual. You know,
it happens to the best of us.
Very
and so just to segue for 1 second, Jamie, if you'd like to, I feel like James and I might be skeptic, but that's not to say that we can't be convinced. If you want to come on and show us.
I think I've seen it before, but I don't know if it's the same thing.
If it's the same thing where we went into the Google Maps, and I think it's in...
I think that's what he's talking about. Amy's the mayor of Sodom and Gomorrah, actually.
Amy, I like how somebody said in the chat that I look too young to have known you for like 15 years or so.
Woo-hoo!
To have known Amy. You know Amy? Yes, she knew you.
I lived with Amy. It was a fun time. That was a chaotic and fun time.
Long time. In fact, she's very close to the stars. Yes, good times, lots of fun. Many stories that I should do bits about.
I was just driving. I drove past the turn where I basically took out your car wheel, and we had to call your parents, and we had to lie and say you were driving.
Oh boy.
I just got, what is the Emery? Oh yeah, she says, see, hey.
That's
right to freak.
I'm old. I'm old. I'm way older than I look.
24?
Was that serious or was that a joke? I can't tell.
Because you said way older than you look, so I was going up above what they were thinking. Praise God.
I mean,
I think that's a double compliment.
Praise Jesus.
You know, I guess the blood of these virgins has been working lately. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Some Elizabeth Bathory beautician school.
Listen, only the best. Listen, like I said earlier, you sin 100 times, you get 2 weeks timeshare free. And hell, I'm like trying to work up. I want to have like a nice long vacation in paradise. I'm over cold weather.
We've got your passport. Amy will mail it out to you for only $666.
And 66 cents.
We go. We're selling
Taxes.
timeshares. Beautiful timeshares in hell. Come one, come all. That's what she said. All right.
All things aside, that is pretty artwork on that. I do like that.
I know, isn't it
What do you think
pretty?
Amy's like her set she's got going on back there? She's got
Shout
the
out.
spaghetti monster.
I know. It's she's gotten so much more classy since the last time I was over. I'm like,
Who made that passport, Amy? Where'd you get that from?
So a shout out to, I think, the Philosophers Guild, I think is what they're called. They
Okay.
do all sorts of fun stuff. They have this and my Carl Sagan candle back there. It's hard to see, Carl.
Oh, look at Carl there with a nice halo around his head. But at least Carl was real.
And Jamie was in here for like a half second. He may be back. Oh, no, he's posting a link. Posted a link to new footage. You did say this, the Mount Sinai in Saudi Arabia.
I'll copy the link. I'll watch it.
Yes. So we'll send the link in chat because we want to be fair. So there's Jamie's link in chat. I am highly skeptical of them. I think I'm leaning towards tourist attraction. I'm leaning
probably. I mean, that's the
Like
one
the side of
thing
the
that
ark.
that's one thing most people should do is evaluate the sources and the motive. Unfortunately, that's what most people forget in these day and age. Thank you,
that's
freaking Donald Trump, for like pushing that bullshit.
Huge amaretto. It's tremendous.
I mean, it's nuts. It's it's so dumb. It's nuts. But yeah, I mean, that's backstage. But you have to consider the sources, and I mean, it's a 35.4K subscriber, but like, what is the information? Artist Terry Divine King. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's from like a research perspective. I don't know. You got to be really careful with what you find on YouTube too, because again, people can modify and kind of.
I don't think this was supposed to be a literal translation. Once again, I think it's starting with, we want to find Mount Sinai, and then it's now looking all over the world and saying, what can we make look like Mount Sinai? Now, if I'm trying to think what would be actual proof, because miracles are such a hard claim. I know that Jamie was saying there was like supposedly chariots at the bottom
covered in coral. He said they were but it was covered in coral, but it looked like chariots under the coral.
And another point I'd like to make is this isn't a secular world claim, not to completely shit on the Islamic theological world that's making this claim, but to then shit on this entirely Islamic theological. It's just like the what's it called, the pilgrimage when they're going around the Kaaba to Mecca, isn't it? I think it's the Kaaba. I used to think that it was a meteorite. Now people are telling me, but they are Muslim apologists. It's not a meteorite. I don't know what.
There's a meteorite inside there.
But I believe that the place is real and that they're going around something. What I challenge, I guess, is the miracles. It's not that you can't find chariots at the bottom of the water. What I am disputing is that it was Moses who held up his hand and the water went back.
Versus some potential, like, whether it's a natural phenomena or, there are some people who theorize extraterrestrials are the reason behind some of these events because they haven't replicated the literal version. Although, yeah, I mean, I don't know if in that part of the world at the time, the only thing that I could think of that would part the waters like that would be tsunami, but it wouldn't part the water in the exact same way.
And it wouldn't part it in like this direction.
Yeah, it would part it from one side, the closest, I believe, to where the earthquake itself happened. So, I mean, there's a lot of...
But we're still
like an earthquake on command.
We're still actually well into fantasy land. So what the Bible's talking about here is not events that actually happened. It's just fable. So we probably have about 200 to 300 years before we actually start getting into things that are based on reality. Because we're probably in, depending on the timeline, 13 to 1400 BC. But you have to really get to like 800 BC before Israel as a people would be distinct from the record. So it could be legends taken from prior civilizations, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, that kind of thing happened a lot. I mean, Christianity is well known to have borrowed things, Christianity and Catholicism specifically, like, in fact, the drinking the blood and eating the body of Christ, in Catholicism, that was actually taken from pagan traditions. And, so it's funny when I get to tell people, I was like, yeah, you're technically performing magic when you do that. You know that, right? And then they're like,
magic, yeah.
They either get all offended or they just look at me like I have two heads and don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, and that's what the Protestants, they get offended at that. They consider the Mass to be sorcery because it has elements of magic in it, that the priest is like a sorcerer.
I find that more like in the hyper conservative sects, maybe like the Pentecostals. Pentecostals are like a whole other breed. I have my next door neighbors at my parents' house, Southern Baptist affiliated. Their two daughters went to Liberty University. Their two daughters and their husbands are a Christian singing group and actually have founded their own Southern Baptist church. And the family originally founded the daughters, my neighbor's like dad, founded a prominent church in the state where Amy and I live for that denomination. And it's crazy. It's really shocking to see how conservative and how these people were like so nice to me at like a very traumatizing time in my life, but yet like they think I'm a bad person. Like they don't know, but they think people like me are bad. And it's just very shocking and sad, especially because even though the daughters and their husbands went to Liberty University, they didn't seem like they necessarily believe that, gay people were bad and trans people were bad and stuff. But no, the church that they founded is like that. But yeah, that's just Southern Baptist. The Pentecostals kind of take the Southern Baptist and, it's like hold my beer and they do a line of cocaine and it's just a downward spiral from there.
Here come the speaking in tongues. By the way, hold my beer, hold my rattlesnake.
And that's the thing. Speaking in tongues, it's whatever to me. I mean, there's a lot of religious practices and stuff. Like I've even like done it when I've been like, in a trance, so to speak. But it's the insanity and how they treat other people. And that really bugs me and gets me. And yeah, so, I think, all things considered, like those, like, I cannot mess with a hardcore Southern Baptist or a Pentecostal. Like,
so so there's so many different denominations and different stances on it, but there are Christian denominations out there who are accepting of LGBT people.
Oh yeah, the Episcopalian. I know, the Episcopalians. Part of the reason I'm okay with the Unitarian Universalist mindset is because they're one of the first denominations, and some people, because of the nature of them taking influence not just from Christianity but from Judaism and other religions. They don't necessarily, some people don't consider it a Christian like denomination, but it kind of is. But that's kind of where I've leaned to because they've been, putting their money where their mouth is, you know what I'm saying, as far as like, you know, following an actual good path, what I feel is a good path of non-discrimination, you know, anti-bigotry,
Right.
all that jazz. So, you know, it's like if I'm going to shackle myself to any Christian denomination, you know, Unitarian Universalism is I would say probably one of the better ones. It's just, but you know, nobody has anything 100% right. That's kind of why I feel Unitarian Universalism is also good, because I don't feel like any religion, any faith has things 100% right. We're all just basically, we have these theories, and we're all just trying to convince people that our theory is the right one.
So it's yeah. It's always interesting to see. We got someone else coming in.
We got someone backstage. What were you going to say, James?
I was just going to say that the whole, so I mean, they have different rationale behind their views on LGBT people, and some of them have softened their stance, but they've done it in a way to say, well, yes, the Bible does condemn it. The Bible does say it's wrong, but hey, we're all sinners. I sin, you sin. So if that's their area of sin, well, you know, that's what they do, but we're still going to love them and treat them as brothers in Christ. I mean, the toxicity of that is to say you as who you are an abomination to God, but we're going to accept you because we're also kind of an abomination to God too. So we'll be an abomination of God together. It's just a very, to me, toxic doctrine. But
And okay, so Jay, actually, I'm going to read this comment, and then we'll bring in Nick. Amaretto, it's hard to blame the individual when a lot of it is part of the environment they were raised in. I was born and raised in the Pentecostal church. Now I'm an atheist, secular humanist.
Oh yeah, no, I'm trying to go to work in like, you know, social work and like clinical mental health and nursing. So, you know, sociology is a big part of that. I might actually be doing my master's in sociology. I really like sociology now. But that's one of the things that we've kind of, you know, we learn is that, you know, a lot of people, you know, have to deal with ethnocentrism or like, you know, learning to see outside their own perspective. So no, I totally understand. I guess to me, it's just deep down as a person, I like logically, I know why. It's just for me, I'm not a person of color, so I won't know, you know, like racial discrimination, but, you know, so I don't want to make it seem like I'm so oppressed. But I have had prejudice thrown my way, everything else for different things. Sometimes Amy and I were together when stuff happened to both of us, you know? The apartment neighbors upstairs, Amy, those people, they can still go fuck themselves forever. But, you know, it's just, I can't imagine making somebody else feel like that, you know, for, you know, being gay, being trans, you know, trying to be who they are, trying to live authentically. Because I think, you know, regardless of how you feel spiritually, the only thing we know for sure that's guaranteed in life is death and taxes. And, you know...
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? You won't get the... I don't think you know who Ken Hovind is, but you said death and taxes?
Oh my God. But, you know, it's like we, you know, try and be nice to one another. The world is a shitty enough place as is. The only thing you know for certain is you have the here and now. You know, yes, I think, you know, you can believe in an afterlife, you know, you can believe in reincarnation stuff, but my philosophy has been, even if I believe in these things, well, I'm also going to still treat every day like it's my last. And, you know, yes, pandemic hasn't really made that an easy thing to do or an easy philosophy to do, for sure. But, you know, I guess that's just looking at it from a human perspective. You know, the internet is here. People, other opinions and people and different backgrounds and faiths and ideas are all be able to like come together. And it's so sad, I think, that there's still some people that are so enclosed off in a bubble that they just can't, you know, compute, think, you know, maybe question. And it's, you know, I know, you know, for some people it's like Mormonism, like it's really hard to separate your family and, you know, hateful beliefs and stuff. What is that frickin' the frickin' super conservative like church that protests and pickets funerals?
Westboro Baptist.
Yes, Westboro. There's a TED Talk from a former Westboro, like she's actually part of the Phelps family, you know, and she's talking about that. And, you know, for me, it's like, I also see people like her and I'm like, well, why aren't more people acting like her? Why don't we have more people that are rejecting this stuff? And I just think it's so sad.
I think we do. I think Christianity's kind of dying a slow death. It's on the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think like as is, I think a lot more people are kind of, you know, they're definitely leaning more towards an agnostic, you know, an atheist mindset. For sure. I mean, listen, you know, part of the reason my neighbors are so upsetting to me now, I was reading the Daughters and the Sons church website, and it was basically, you know, there was a question and answer section, and part of it was like, you know, what if we don't have any money to give to church? And their answer basically summed down to how I was reading it, it's still your responsibility to give us money according to the Lord. And I was just like,
what church is that?
I think it's the Lifehouse. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it's Lifehouse Church, Middletown, Delaware.
I mean, we just had a guy on the other day. So what they would say is, hey, give us the money as an act of faith, and then don't worry about your bills. God will make sure you have enough money to pay them somehow, some way.
And while you're looking that up, we can actually bring Nick in. So, Nick, we are Skeptic Bible Studying. We just got done reading Mount Say What? We were up at Mount Sinai. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
Oh, dear Lord. No, don't ask me what my thoughts are unless you're ready to spend 6 or 7 hours. Oh, dear Lord. Well, sex really interests me, so I looked up a few things that I thought you guys might find interesting. You've probably all heard them before, but some of my favorite ones when we get into sex. Now, the Christopher Hitchens one was, of course, said whenever somebody says that they follow the 10 Commandments, what he does is he always says, well, which one? Which 10 Commandments? And that always stuff, because, of course, there's at least, I guess, eight sets of 10 Commandments, depending on who you ask. And the 10 Commandments is never actually in the Bible. It's about 32 commandments, I think, in Exodus, and then you get a whole bunch more, and then the 10 Commandments is this fiction that they invent to make it more palatable so that people can sort of understand, because 10's an easier number. But nonetheless, Matt Dillahunty said this, which I is one of my favorite statements of all time.
Ooh, Matt.
If you want to know what's wrong with Judaism, ask a Christian. If you want to know what's wrong with Christianity, ask a Muslim. If you want to know what's wrong with Catholicism, Protestantism, Calvinism, Hyper-Calvinism, Neo-Calvinism, Southern Baptist, the Church of Christ, the First Baptist Church of Memphis, you can go ask the Second Baptist Church of Memphis. So,
indeed.
Yeah, I saw I liked that one. I figured you guys would all like that one. I was looking up another quote while we were talking, but yeah, I mean, to tell you the truth, I enjoy some of this stuff just as an intellectual study, and talking about. Also, I like it because my father was a criminal defense attorney, and so.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it might be. Well, so I got cross-examined at the dinner table, which is why I tend to speak very precisely, and it annoys the living daylights out of my wife, my kids, my friends, but that aside. that, and I got my BA in philosophy. So breaking down arguments is something I've always been interested in, and the whole notion of why can Christians ostensibly violate the not the Ten Commandments, the old Jewish laws, tattoos, all but being gay. Apparently, you can't be gay, but you can violate the other ones. And whether you concur or not, which I certainly do not, the arguments that they use about the new covenant and how things change after this new set of laws come out is rooted very much, obviously, in the Mosaic covenant. So I always find this discussion fascinating, just from a perspective of how do they square that circle. And it's because New Covenant theology is still reasonably new. And one of the points that I had made was the original Bible is really reasonably large, of course, but as it comes into contact with more and more people who are willing to say this doesn't make sense, and as it comes into contact with science, with which it has never essentially won an encounter, they have to interpret more. They have to add on more, and they have to say, no, a day doesn't really mean a day. We've always thought it meant a day, but now that we know that there was no way of the earth, it means 1,000 years. Oh, that doesn't work. Well, what it actually means is, and so you've got libraries of justifications for this one book that if you follow it in your heart, you can understand it from beginning to end. So that's just there you go. That's my take.
But you need hundreds of pages of rationale to make it all make sense, you know.
Yeah,
you can't just
hundreds
read
of pages per word.
Yeah. Per book, yeah. Of theories and rationale and apologism and exegesis just to, have it not conflict with reality.
Yep, and it's and the thing that because I was getting into this argument earlier, the thing is, if you're going to be a global skeptic, you can take down basically any idea. You might end up at solipsism at some point, but you can do it if you want to be smarmy enough. And since people who are religious do, the reality is, as long as they're willing to justify absolutely everything, as long as they're willing to be a complete global skeptic, they can keep defending that book against all attacks forever. But this is what flat earthers do. I mean, just so you're aware, the only other group I've ever seen that does this is flat earthers. So they're kind of on par, which is a little...
That's what has me so obsessed, like flat earthers. Like, I dip my toe in and I feel it sucking me in, but their approach is like, hey, we're just asking questions. What's wrong with asking questions? Aren't we skeptics? It's like, yeah, you believe the earth is flat. I don't think you're as skeptical.
But yeah, it's like the creationists and the hardcore Christians are the same way, because you can present them all the evidence for evolution and for an old earth, and they'll just, the same as the flat earthers do when they you present them evidence for the round earth. They just have their ways to rationalize it away.
Well, that asking questions thing I get very ambivalent about, because an intellectual will always ask questions, and somebody who's genuinely curious and does want to ask questions. So you can't assume you can't assume that somebody who's asking questions is doing so dishonestly. But if somebody already has their opinion made up, and the point of the questions is genuinely to try to derail or manipulate, I would much rather have just like, look, why don't you tell me what your biases are? I've got biases. I'm a liberal, okay? I've got biases. I absolutely have biases. I think mine are justified despite being biases. You think yours are. So let's put our cards on the table and talk honestly with each other. I will have questions, and I'm going to ask them, but I'm not going to ask them in this insidious, disingenuous way. So, yeah. I got distracted there. So it's an unfortunate tactic, and in the end, I'm not sure there's any way to defeat it ultimately other than persistent.
Keep on trying to be rational and reasonable.
Well, another one I wanted to bring up, Marjo Gortner. Does everybody here know who Marjo Gortner here, or does anybody here know who Marjo Gortner was? You guys brought up Pentecostals. Look this one up. It will be worth your time, I guarantee you. Marjo Gortner. First of all, actually an extraordinarily tragic story. Pentecostal child to two Pentecostal ministers. They decided that they wanted to create the next Pentecostal wonder genius. So his name is Marjo, Mary and Joseph. So they literally named him after Mary and Joseph together. He started performing, his first wedding that he performed was when he was 8, if I recall, and he became a minister when he was 10. Now, he was amazing, and there are pictures of him. I shall cast out the devil, and I shall But what nobody knew at the time was his mother was waterboarding him and taking a pillow, soaking it with water. And she would do this because he didn't want to learn the Bible verses. He didn't want to do this, but she demanded that he do it. Now, he was an absolute fraud. He was a fraud, and he faked everything, the talking in tongues and all this. But his conscience finally gets to him in the 20s. And so he decides he's going to go become an actor. He was in the original Flash Gordon movie. So he got one movie credit, but he couldn't make any money. And so he said, I have to make money somehow. So he goes back to it because it's the only thing he's qualified to do and he's good at. But he decides this time he's going to bring a camera crew. And he brought a professional camera crew, and there was a documentary made based on all the footage. And he talks about how he does it all of it. He says, this is how you do the talking in tongues. This is how you do it. And he was probably one of the most influential Pentecostal ministers at the time. He meets with other ones, and they're talking about how to commit the fraud. So he's like, how's the best way? How do you find is the best way to just squeeze every penny out of these guys?
Is he the one who was saying that that like, oh, I say, oh, God's telling me there's a little lady, she's got the rent money in a tin in the kitchen, and God wants you to give that to me, because he would say, I know that there's at least a couple people like that who do have, and they will send me the money. Same guy, yeah.
Yep, yeah, that's him. And then you see him rolling in money, and you see him. He pours all the money on and then they talk about how to get the collection, how to most get the collection plates, how to guilt people into it. And they're like, okay, if you pass the collection plates, this way or that way, this is how you're going to get the most money. And it's all about money. And he talks also about sort of being instructed on how to. And he was remarkable. It's one of the saddest things I've ever seen, in as much as he wanted to get out of it, and eventually I think he did kind of the ethical thing. But so for 1 year, he toured as one of the most well-respected Pentecostal ministers, and the entire thing was a fraud, and he documented all of it.
Wow.
That's Marjoe Gortner. It's worth to see. The documentary was made in like the 60s, so it's a very different style than we're used to. It can be a little boring because the pacing.
Yeah, it says it was released in 1972.
Oh, 72. Yeah, that's right.
Well, I mean, listen, they probably
it's hard to get, but
did take a couple years, so yeah.
I got a copy, so we should stream that on our server or something, on our Discord. Someday we should stream that. It's hard to get.
That sounds
I don't
interesting.
know. Yeah.
Like James
and I'm
Randi
always
when
interested.
He did, Peter Popov.
Well, before we go, I was to say I can actually speak in tongues, which is it's just random gibberish with like a hint of syntax. But it's just like ubataka unta e o ikata enokasata unakateke.
So it's basically you just sound like you walked out of a Star Wars movie.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
I was gonna say, actually, it's like she sounds like Greedo.
As long as it has structure to it.
I mean,
it's probably what they do.
Speaking in tongues, what's supposed to still sound like a language, there are general what we associate, symbolism of certain syllables, patterns, stuff like that in language throughout the world. So, yeah, I mean, that makes total sense. It's just you're mixing up syllables. Although, honestly, the way people are these days, unfortunately, in some of those more conservative sects, you could be speaking Japanese to them and they would probably think you're like heaven sent.
Well, you remember the video of who is that? Robert Tilton. I sent you that video. Him speaking in tongues, Amy. Yeah.
Well, they have such a matter. What annoys me the most is just I can't tell if he believes it or he's conning, and so he has this like just matter of fact. Like I trying to think how it happens, but it's like a 90s style or it's old, and he just like looks at the camera and he's just like, oh, you just start to feel it. It's wonderful. And oh, I love you. I remember he ends it with I love you. I don't know why he says I love you after he says that, but
like a Michael Jackson interview.
Yeah, it's just they're always crazy, not eccentric. They're always like these eccentric, charismatic preachers, and they're here for this, baby.
Well, yeah, I mean, you want charismatic. Sam Kinison, anybody? Like, I mean, it's a little bit before my time, but my brother and sister are older, so I used to watch like Sam Kinison with my older brother.
Dog.
And he was he was I think he was Southern Baptist. He used to be a preacher, and then he ended up going into comedy, and it kind of worked. He kept that preaching style, and he was probably one of the greatest comedians of his time. There are some older comedians who say he's the greatest of all time.
Like the televangelist, prosperity preacher, Creflo Dollar. I still don't think his name could be, that has to be like, it's his real name, but it has to be like a gag. I'm Creflo Dollar and send me your dollars for God. Send all your dollars to me for God.
I need a jet, and if you want God to be happy, you're going to help me buy a jet.
No, now, Joel Osment, chill the fuck out. Listen, we're in a pandemic, okay?
God wants me to drive around in a Rolls Royce. And
God wants me to not open up my church to people in need during a natural disaster.
Papa needs a Rolls Royce.
Yes, there was a South Park episode where Cartman ends up in Africa, and then there's this whole, and then there's they end up. There's the 400 Club is on there, and then they're chasing these aliens, and they're trying to convert the aliens. And then at every moment, it's like the aliens are getting away. So like, okay, everyone, we need a super universal hyperdrive motivator to catch up with the aliens and spread the God's word to them. So if you could, and then they get that, and they're like, okay, now we need. They're shooting at us, so now we need the super shielding ultra mega. And it just keeps, and then every time there's a new thing, they just keep requesting more stuff. It was, what can I say?
A shout out to South Park, which is amazing. They just had a recent vaccination episode.
Oh, did they?
That's pretty amazing.
Shouldn't surprise me.
I still, as much as I used to love South Park, I feel kind of torn now. Apparently, those guys just I don't know. It's apparently they're hyper libertarian, and I don't know. Just some of the things that they covered have prickled me.
Libertarian.
They prickle me a little bit. I don't know. Also, you gotta wonder too, though. A little bit off topic. If this, issue that a lot of people are having with empathy and stuff is partially due to Amy. Did you watch South Park as a kid? Because I remember being 10 years old and watching South Park. Probably should not have been watching South Park.
Probably not.
It seems to me through going into the drudgeries of the internet that most of the people who are super unempathetic, super unapologetic, hateful, and all this other dumb shit, they are hardcore fans of South Park, or they were. I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, but
it just makes me so sad.
There may be truth to that, and I certainly haven't seen the show, so I don't know what's happened. But I'd caution against it, because you could fall into confirmation bias in some kind of, because you don't know who else is a fan of South Park. And it's been my experience that whenever you try to judge anything by people on the internet, you've got one problem, which is the internet self-selects, and often for people who are real fucking assholes. Yeah. And the reason is because of the anonymity, and because you can get away with so much, and you can hit somebody, do something really nasty and go away. And so it selects the people who find that most interesting are going to be, people who are already either lacking empathy or have some other thing. And there's still great people there, but that's the selection that you're going to lean towards. So when you're talking about that group, because there are plenty of people that, some of the best people I know won't go anywhere near the internet, just for that reason. Yeah. And so I think it's just it's not a group that's reflective of everybody as much as it feels that way.
Causation doesn't not equal or correlation doesn't equal causation.
Yes. Exactly.
I guess for me it's just I kind of like trying to is this why? I was told somebody it's funny because I almost have had a sociological mind before I even realized that it was a sociological mind. I've always been that kind of person, pondering the inner workings, or why is this happening like this, So I guess I was just something I've kind of noticed, and I'm just I just can't help but wonder, because the media is such a huge part of our lives and has been for a very long time in American culture.
I want to make a correction. So Sigma Eni said, "Hey, I'm on the internet." Did he just say I'm a? And by you'd be affirming the consequent to say that, but with the exception of yes, that was the only person I was talking about. I think everybody else on the internet's pretty nice, but Sigma's the problem. And I think that if we can just deal with that one, I think we'll clean up the internet. So that was
now we're finding
absolutely.
Solutions.
Drain the swamp. Drain the swamp of the internet.
That's a swamp of one. We get rid of that one. I think we'll be okay. Twitter. A friend of mine often says that Twitter is a nuance killing machine, and when you're trying to fit. And the funny thing is, I'm a writer, and I get very verbose, especially there. And they're like, for a writer, you sure. Yeah, but it's the old what is it? It's the old line from Twain, which is, "I'm sorry that this letter is so long, but I didn't have the time to write you a short one." Writers tend to be far more verbose in general until you get them right, actually trying to deliberately write, and that's when they condense it. But Twitter is
right. Yeah,
so Twitter's the more and more I stick around, the Twitter's a bit of a cesspool. So I'm constantly evaluating how long I really want to stay on there.
I mean, listen, I've been arguing with TERFs, especially the past few days with the Arkansas ban on underage trans health care. So I understand I'm kind of getting to that point too. It's really
What did they do in
sad.
Arkansas? What happened?
Arkansas legislature and the governor signed a bill. It's basically banning, health care for trans teens in that, they can't go on puberty blockers.
No hormones or no treatment of any kind. Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, making all the treatment illegal, even if prescribed by a doctor, if I understand correctly. I haven't done a deep dive, so they're actually
and the doctors can get in trouble in the state of Arkansas, from my understanding. I have to take a closer look at it. It's been a couple of days because obviously it's been kind of draining for me, because it's something Amy told me a long time ago. You're not necessarily arguing with another person to change their mind. You're arguing to help, maybe convince other people that, hey, this is the right thing.
100%.
And so for me, I've been trying to put the emotional labor in, but people are just so nasty. The TERFs are so nasty.
Here's a question. This is going to be a tough one. I believe that if you required, which Facebook is now doing, people are circumventing, but Facebook is not. If you required that everyone use their real name on the internet, A, would it clean up the internet, and B, would it be worth it?
It would definitely clean up the internet, I think, in some way, shape, or form, because, the only reason it would clean it up is because, doxing is still very common, and I think everybody has had at some point in time the thought, oh, I would just want to go online and find out where they work, and just, especially it's like if they've wronged you, if this person caused you to lose your job, something like that, which I've had happen. I've had, I worked in the restaurant industry. I've had somebody cause me to lose my job, and I've had somebody.
I had a friend of mine lose a 6-figure job for nothing other than so.
So that's the thing. It's. I think in a sense it would clean it up but would it be worth it? I don't know. That's kind of like using oppression. That's using a fear against people. And I'm like, at that point, are we no better than China if we do that? I don't know. I have very mixed feelings on it. I was telling somebody in the chat earlier before I joined in here that I wasn't even sure if Amy remembered my legal name anymore, my government name, because did she know it when we first met? Yes. Do I think, no, I don't know if she knows my full government name now, because I've been going by Amaretto for so long, over 10 years now, I think.
It is your go-to. I probably know you more as Amaretto than I do. Do you even want me to say as?
It's fine.
As Cassandra, but yeah, of course.
Oh, you did remember. Aww.
All right, I'm sorry. We're gonna leave the stream now. Give you girls some space. You can, okay.
Yeah. But yes, so speaking of space, what a transition. We are Skeptic Bible Study on Mount Say What. Jay, how are you and what are your thoughts?
Hey, I'm doing well. How's everyone doing tonight?
Not
Good.
too bad.
Doing all right.
Awesome.
Thanks.
I'm just gonna ask everyone to pardon my halo. You know, I'm a very righteous person, and it just illuminates, you know, any room I'm in here. I've I've actually been enjoying the conversation tonight. Yeah, so I think this was a very interesting, an interesting thing. One of the most interesting things I've thought about was that the initial 10 commandments were extended by somewhat 603 additional commandments, and I was telling we were talking about a guy. I don't know if you all know. He's like a relationship guru. His name he went by Derek Jackson online on YouTube or whatever, and apparently his name was like caught up in a lot of scandal, so to say. He was caught, or he was exposed for, cheating on his wife and everything like that. And he's supposed to be a relationship guru. And one of the things that I made note of was that the human standard that the Bible promotes is something that's almost impossible to live up to. There's even a scripture there's even a scripture in Matthew 5:48 that says, "Be therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect." And that's coming straight from Jesus or what have you. And so I was thinking, I was like, being in the church is such a mental mind fuck, and it damages your psyche to where most people are compelled to, rather than suffer social suicide, most people are compelled to live double lives in order to fulfill their wants, yet still portray themselves as, this righteous or this holy person who has the moral high ground, so to say, on everyone else. And so I think the Bible, and whereas it has, so many restrictions and so many laws and regulations, things like that, and then not only that, it has the punishment, right? The threat of eternal damnation if you don't live up to these standards. And it really mind fucks a person into trying to, be two people at once. And so that's why you hear a lot of these, people, going astray, so to speak, or, doing something that's contrary to what they preach or how they're compelled to live.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Jay. And I agree with a lot of what you just said.
It rings true. It does. It really is. And you see it comes out all the time, the double lives these people have. They compartmentalize, different parts of themselves to present to whoever they're around.
I feel bad my head goes here, but they do it to themselves. It's like, the nice family over here and the grinder account over here. What a bit of... sometimes they live dual lives. And okay.
Turning the frogs gay, Amy. You made the frogs gay again.
Gay.
By the way, did you get my email?
Your email? Amazing.
My email, did you get it? I want you to turn my frogs gay.
I'm putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
gay. Do you understand that? Turn the freaking frog gay.
Oh my god.
Thank you so much.
What's that guy's name? Is it Alex? Is it Alex something? Or?
Alex Jones.
Jones.
Yeah, Alex Jones. Yeah. Crazy.
Oh, we should do. I was gonna say hydroxa, because conspiracy theories in general are fun if they weren't dangerous. But yay, Alex Jones.
You guys should definitely do Daniel at some point if you haven't done it. The Book of Daniel, because that's an awesome one to do.
And I'm sorry for everyone who I guess we just woke up. Just was like alarm clock. Turn the frogs gay. Turn the frog. And I'm sorry. What did you just say, Nick?
Send Amy to the lion's den of Dan.
Book of Daniel. You guys should do so. Do Book of Daniel at some point, because it's the only book in the Bible that I'm aware of that is demonstrably a fraud, and I mean really, truly demonstrably a fraud on so many levels, and there's so much evidence. Not that it was actually written about 100 years after it claims to have been written. It was a book of prophecy. Daniel gets so many prophecies correct for about 100 years, and then very rapidly both the accuracy and the it's the accuracy and the what's the other word? How precise the predictions are sort of falls off, and they get much more vague, and they get also a lot less accurate, and then eventually it just falls to hell. But that alone suggests that it was written 100 years later. But then the book also has words that weren't in the language because they were Greek borrow words up until it was 4th century BC. It also has instruments that were borrowed from the Greeks that wouldn't have happened until the Greeks invaded. So even though it says, and Daniel isn't on the list of Jewish prophets, and the reason when he speaks of other Jewish prophets, he speaks of them as prophets, which if he wrote it when he did, that they hadn't been canonized yet. So he would be speaking of them as contemporaries. Instead, he's speaking of them as prophets, which means that's why he's not on the list of prophets, because he wrote the book 100 years later. The entire thing is a fraud. The evidence of it is overwhelming. It's in the Bible. So it's sort of like, say, well, this thing is, the Bible is perfect in every way. Let's talk Daniel.
But you mean I can't go back and prophesy the coming of COVID back in? So I'm going to prophesy that in 2020 there will be a pandemic, and we'll be lockdowns. It'll be bad. It'll be bad.
Not only can you, I recommend it. I'm going to be coming out with a book. There is so much I'm going to predict over the last. I'm going to discover it. It's going to be. You can only read it in a hat. You have to. Well, okay, Mormon.
Golden tablets.
Esoterically, you got it. But at any rate, yeah.
So I can prophesy in the 1930s.
We're gonna prophesize the rise of Bitcoin.
Woohoo! I think Elon's doing that right now.
This guy in Germany, this Adolf guy, I be very leery of him. Be very leery of him. He looks like the kind of guy who would start a big war, but I don't. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Listen, that mustache, it's so iconic. You can't even look at a cat or a dog with that mustache and not think of that person, you know?
Yeah. It's going to be forever. And okay, speaking about the opposite. Oh, no, what were you going to say?
Well, no, I was going to say, it doesn't take much for conspiracy theorists to latch on to these things. There was like a meme going around referencing a book. I forgot what it was called. Something about the dark or something about that. But anyway, they stated that this book basically prophesied the COVID pandemic, and that it would originate out of China. So I don't know if anyone heard of that or saw that.
I mean, we prophesize the future of America with The Handmaid's Tale. So, I mean, you find inspiration in anything, I guess.
We got to fight that.
I mean, there's the law of numbers, right? So one of my favorite prophecies of all time was a woman who called up the White House in 1962 and said, you have to tell Kennedy he can't go to Dallas. If he goes to Dallas, he's going to be assassinated. And she was extraordinarily insistent. They hung up on her. Said, nope, he's going to Dallas. He went to Dallas and was assassinated. Now, she came out later, and that she had to be investigated because, sort of like, how'd you know? She goes, I'm a psychic. That's how I know these things, and that's why I called. Okay, fine. She went out and made a bit of a career as a psychic because she had all this information. Turns out, though, that upon investigation, this was her 5th time calling and predicting the death of the president. Also, it turns out that out of every 3 days, the White House usually gets 2 calls from a psychic saying the president's going to be assassinated. If the president is ever killed, one of them will necessarily be right.
Yeah.
It's basically it's kind of like gambling in a sense,
Well, the whole Nostradamus things, apparently if you have enough content or enough prophecies, statistically, I guess, eventually something could be portrayed as true.
Well, if you say, I prophesize I'm going to die, and you prophesize that every day, there's going to be a day you're right.
Yeah.
Is Randolph here? If Randolph is here,
yep.
You've got to let him in.
So that was I was going to say. And so speaking of the exact opposite, I'm trying to think what an opposite Hitler would be. See,
God.
Gandhi?
They always
if you play Civ, Gandhi is not a good answer.
Well, they say Mother Teresa.
Oh dear, no.
But she is the exact. I know because of Christopher Hitchens. That she's not so much saint.
She's not as good as what she was purported to be when we were children, and then
media.
So.
But that's like okay. Instead, we're just going to have to say there is only one Randolph Richardson.
That's right.
And he's the best Randolph Richardson he can be.
Best that he can be. We are skeptic Bible studying on Mount Say What? How are you, and what are your thoughts?
Oh my God, the glasses.
Thug life.
Pull up, O Canada.
I don't know if people thought I was frozen there for a bit.
They did.
I did okay.
It's always fun to be frozen with these.
Thank God for the internet and people willing to make things real. Oh my God, I need those glasses now.
I'll be honest with you, Randolph. I got those glasses because you had them.
Oh, yeah, they're called 8-bit glasses, in case anybody's wondering. 8-bit glasses. So they're Neil.
This is what Biden gave me the stimulus for.
Neil, the 604 atheist.
Well, he's Canadian, so he didn't get any.
No, his government's. Well, I mean, to be fair, the Canadian government has been dealing with unemployment a whole lot better, from my understanding.
We still have much that can be improved in that area, but yeah, we do take it pretty seriously here. So I can imagine how interesting it would be if suddenly a whole bunch of supporters showed up at a political rally wearing those glasses.
It would be the new Guy Fawkes mask.
Randolph found out what you're talking about.
Okay, Amy's wearing them. I gotta put them on. There we go.
Oh my God.
But I have to give you credit. I mean, I saw you wearing them. That was I was like,
I gotta say, it's very nice, Amy. I like your glasses.
Looking sharp, Randolph. Looking sharp.
So,
this is the complete opposite of the gay moment you and I had earlier.
Yes. And so, okay, Randolph, we are skeptic as my hair comes.
They're backwards.
We are Bible studying, and we have just crossed Mount Sinai, the famous 10 commandments. What are your thoughts on the, we'll say the wisdom that we just saw?
Sorry, which 10 and
wisdom
what
from
wisdom?
the volcano.
Yeah, we were on the
From the
magic
volcano.
Oh gosh.
Oh, the volcano. Yes. So the Christians often claim that God created the planet Earth specifically for human life, and yet we have volcanoes that are inhospitable to human life. I'm reminded of Christopher Hitchens talking about how people, very often Christians will claim that human morality comes from Christianity. And then he was pointing out one time, I believe, that as people were approaching Mount Sinai before all this stuff happened, there was already a sense of morality and cooperation and whatnot. So it's like kind of a big claim, a rather large claim they make for themselves, that they are the source of morality, when this was necessary to even cooperate and get to climb the mountain together as a group, I suppose. I wasn't actually listening to what you were saying there, but I will answer Nick, who's recommending going through Daniel. I think Amy has a certain path that she's going through, and she will get there in due course.
We will, yep.
But
I definitely don't want to change the order. So
No,
that would be
get
blasphemous.
there soon enough.
There, Amy, you better do that.
And you could do both. Like, I'm always interested. I think Oz came in here once, and he just had something on his mind, and he's like, "We need to get." I was like, and it was good. It was good content because he had some gears grinding there, and so I'll look into that. I'm interested in Revelations, even though I know that is like the end, but that's supposedly where all like the crazy stuff happens. Like.
So hello again, James. It's good to see you again, Nick, and Jay and Amaretto.
Hey,
it's a pleasure to meet the two of you.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, I wanted to get in earlier, but I was looking after some server stuff for some clients, and I've got one client who's under a DDoS attack, and it's all handled now. But that's why I felt like wearing the 8-bit glasses.
But Randolph, if God didn't make volcanoes, then there would be no eruptions and no destruction, that they could cause. You have to think about the big picture.
But, there's a necessity for creating volcanoes. It's so that we can all understand the concept of the beer volcanoes in Flying Spaghetti Monster Heaven.
Yeah.
It all makes sense. It's part of the plan.
Oh my God!
If there's no imminent danger from natural disasters, then there's no way God can bring glory to Himself by saving people from said disasters that He created.
Yeah,
There's a passage in the Bible.
Like he had to get.
Go ahead, Nick.
I think there was a passage in the Bible that basically said one of the reasons that he has give us good things, but one of the reasons He gives us bad things is so that we'll pray. I got to remember what the passage is, but
that
like,
might be a
It's basically
one.
it's so that if humans try to call His bluff, it's now fuck you. I'll just re-roll the dice and like remake you over again. It's control. It's manipulation and control.
He had to get his people into Egypt, so then he could then go and rescue them, and then he could tell us every day, by the way, I'm the God who rescued you from Egypt. I put you there, but I still got you out.
But to put a cynical spin on it, what fun would life be without all these natural disasters?
Everybody loves a good earthquake.
Right? Yeah,
everybody loves a good earthquake.
Like I'm going to prophesy
rattle and roll,
earthquakes in, get ready for it, diverse places. Storms in diverse places. Here, there, wherever, I don't know where.
Hey, Randolph, speaking on this topic, atrocities in the name of God to bring glory to God. This is actually why I asked you if you saw Will's most recent debate. It was bad.
That's the one with Skylar Fiction, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. I've been busy. I was on Nick's show just in time just a few days ago, and that was so much fun. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you. That was
I felt bad for Will. I
felt
felt bad for
wonderful
Will.
topics.
Yeah. That was ugly. That got ugly.
Yeah. It was hard to watch.
And Skylar, he went pretty easy on him. Somebody else like Aaron Ra, or it would have been ugly.
I like Will. I also like Skylar. I told Will ahead of time I'm rooting for both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember here we were even giving Will a few tips and suggestions and things for him to consider as he proceeds forward. And then I told Will I haven't seen Skylar debate before, so I don't know his debating style. So
I was gonna say, of all the places for Will to be training, it's right on here with all the people that disagree with him, right?
Yeah, you had that one session
Yeah.
going where people were really hammering on him, and then I stopped and I said, "Hang on, should we
Like
maybe
Pascal's
find
way.
out if Will is okay with it?" And he said, "Yeah, carry on." Okay,
Yeah, he
right.
was very good about it. He was yeah,
Oh, he's great. I like him.
that's a good sport.
I got him hooked up. I got him hooked up with Zach Seckler with Adherent Apologetics, who brought me on to interview me about atheism one time. He's running his own ministry. He's a young guy from Philadelphia, I believe, and I've debated with him twice, once on Modern Day Debate and once on Tart and the Atheist Roundtable. And he's just really nice guy. He's very genuine, and so I've been trying to hook up a few theists with him over time because he's running a good, serious show there, and I'd like to see him do well. And so it looks like Will be able to talk all about Calvinism coming up if that's the topic they decide to go on.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick. I don't know if they mentioned it, but did they say you had the name of your channel? You have a channel?
Yeah, I have. So the channel I have is called In Time. It's a show that does news, politics, and culture, and so we do interviews. We've had on Skylar, actually. We've had on Aaron Ra, Dillahunty, and a few others. We also do. It's because the show's going to go in the direction that interests me, so it does, and it'll lean in that direction. But it really covers the social sciences a lot. We'll have on professors of psychology. We have a series on philosophy. We also cover we cover politics. We also do breaking news. So if there's a breaking news of national importance, we cover it, and we actually have friends in news organizations. The biggest one is South Korea, where we actually can get, like, if it's serious news. We knew that Iran had fired rockets into the green zone, and we were prepping to do the show before any U.S. news organization had actually covered it. By the time we went live, Fox News was the only one that was covering it. By the time we were done, everybody was covering it. But because we're based on the internet, we live stream. So during the riots, we would actually have live feeds from different cities, and would be sort of collating all of the information that's going on online. And we have volunteers that go over Twitter, go over all of this.
I gotta tell you,
Yes.
I tuned in live when Nick was covering the January 6th invasion 2021 at Capitol Hill, and the coverage that Nick was putting on was fantastic. It's not like the other news organizations where they're hyping and sensationalizing things. He's just sticking to the facts and answering questions in the chat, and he's talking about how the system works and people going in and voting, and then they all had to stop because the place was getting invaded. And wow, the insight and the educational value that I got from that episode alone it helped me as a Canadian to kind of have a better understanding of how the U.S. system works. Now, I still don't have a full understanding of how it works. It's a complicated system, but it's improved now.
No one has a full understanding right now.
Yeah, well, it's improved because Nick explained it well, and he takes the question seriously, and he gives a full answer. It's really interesting, so I highly recommend his channel. Yeah,
thank you. And it is. We're thinking of creating a separate channel for the breaking news and for the news coverage, because it does confuse some of our. They're like, wait a minute, they do news, but they also do. But it's politics and culture. It does all kind of. But
Nick, yeah. I suggest maybe just creating playlists. That's what I do on mine, and I find that works quite well. And then the whole subscriber base is still there.
Well, we'll talk. I mean, I don't know. I've been a lot of people. We'll talk. But at any rate. I really enjoy it. I will say the other thing that we do, and we're not ashamed of this, is we do opine on it. And everybody we have volunteers, I opine on it. We're all educated on it. But we also sit there and say, all right, this is what it looks like it could be. This is a guess. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong, and we follow through with it. And if we're wrong, we go and correct. And then when we do a rundown of everything, we'll say it was believed, sometimes by us, sometimes by others. These were rumors that were out there. They have now been dispelled. So we also make sure that we stay on top of everything that changes, especially if we inadvertently contribute to any of the rumors. But yeah, that's what. And that one was. We've done. I don't know what our longest stream is, but sometimes 16, 17 hours, and it can get a little brutal. But when there's something going on, that's what we do. So if check us out, please. Thank you, Randolph, for mentioning it. But I think a lot of people here might enjoy the content. But also, we do have people who just basically if they hear, wait a minute, there's something of a national importance going on in the world. they tune into us because they know we will either be covering it at that moment or we will be soon. So it's we're very
Nick,
proud of it.
feel free to take a clip of what I just said and use it. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Well, that's I already did. But I wasn't going to wait for permission. Are you what?
Hey,
this is public. Fair use. Fair use. You can't stop.
I know
Nick,
Amy's okay.
Is this your channel? And I send it in private chat. If that's your channel, I'll send it out.
Okay. That's my personal channel. And anyone can go see that one. The biggest one for that, the one that's got the 5,000, 6,000 views, the two. So there's my debate with Kent Hovind. My debate with S.J. Thomason is up there.
Oh, snap.
Well, that one was a good one. That's what kind of put me on the map. She quit debating for a year after that one.
What?
She had a debate with Jim Majors. Immediately after that, she canceled it. Jim called me up and he's just like, "You broke SJ." It was a I prepared well for that one. And I think it comes across. So, but the other one is I did at one point do an experimental piece when Trump came out and said that we should murder the families of terrorists. I did a rant. And the goal of the rant, I shouldn't probably talk too much about the rant to let people listen to it, but among other things, it was to be somewhat profane, but also as erudite as possible. I figure if you're going to talk about Trump, you need to be profane. But if you're going to make a point, you have to be erudite. So that's the one that's got but that's my personal, oh, yep, you got it. In Time Show. That's it. Thank you, Randolph. So yeah, but please put them both up. But the, so, and then what have we got coming up on the show? Well, you're coming back in 2 weeks. And we've got just a news rundown tomorrow.
And I need to make sure my mic isn't hot this time.
Yeah. Well, and I can be a little faster on the button there too for the thing. But so we there it is. So and then the one that I think we're going to have to do a deep dive into is Myanmar, because Myanmar is in extraordinary trouble right now, and we've been covering it just as part of our regular segments, but I think it's expanded well.
That story breaks my heart.
The head said you could call it either. Yeah. Oh, you're giving me a hard time. But this guy, he is. You will let anybody on here, won't you? Won't you?
I mean, I'm on here, so yes.
You wouldn't believe the trouble he caused. He actually got us. He got us flagged for copyright by HBO. It was all his doing. I think he's the one who let HBO know, to tell you the truth.
You know what else happened? I ended up knocking his socks off.
He did. It took me like 20 minutes to find him. It was a real pain. I don't. The audience loved it. You know what? The audience likes that kind of shenanigans. Sometimes I'm like, okay, fine, we'll have them back if they really ask for it. But it's because they've asked for it. It's because I've been getting, and I don't know what's in the water, but apparently they really want to see it. We have a Discord.
We've got a bit of fluoride in our water.
Yeah, us too. It turns out it saves lives. We have a Discord, and we have people who curate the news, and so we have a constant news feed in our Discord. And sometimes right before a show too, I'll go right there, and we have a very set standard for, and it's great, and lots of people there too if you want to check that out. But that's.
I'm also curious. I'd like to hear about Jay and Amaretto's basic background. I see a Polaroid shirt there, and Polaroid brings back some good memories. And
listen, it's my childhood.
Mine too.
I'm like in this weird cusp because my brother and sister are in their late 40s now, and so I kind of grew up in. My parents are boomers. My parents are old boomers. For me, I didn't have like Disney Channel growing up, which is like when I tell people that, they look at me like I have two heads. Like it's a common thing for like millennials and like, the younger generations now. So yeah, that's just kind of like, I enjoy like some of like the nostalgia retro, vaporwave kind of vibes. Although Amy will tell you I am very much a goth girl, goth NB, actually. So yeah, I just love like a whole bunch of different things. I'm very kitschy. I'm very like, I'll have Lisa Frank on one half, and then I'll have like, a bonsai plant and like Marie Kondo style, like clean lines, everything else, everywhere else. So, yeah, I've known Amy. My God, I met Amy at my first job ever. She saw my Inuyasha.
Was that really your first?
Yeah, she saw my Inuyasha
And
bag.
do the two of you have a Polaroid selfie?
We should get one.
Yeah.
I mean, we should. I don't know. I don't have an authentic, like, older style Polaroid like this, but I mean, they do make. Apparently, it's back in style now to have the old style photos.
You can
Go
buy
figure.
them. They do, and they keep a digital copy now as well, I believe. So
Oh, that kind of creeps me out. That's
well, it's in the memory card, but they
okay.
so you can print.
I
multiple.
thought I don't want Polaroid necessarily knowing what I use their camera to take pictures.
No. I mean, it's like a normal digital camera. They have the
Unless
memory.
I'm making
My
money.
understanding is you take the picture, and then you can make multiple copies now.
Gotcha. But no, Amy, listen. I mean, Big Brother is all around us now. Facebook.
What about you, Jay?
Dun.
What do you got in the background there? It looks like an interesting picture.
Oh, this is
Is that a tapestry?
Oh,
yeah. So this is. I am actually. So I was actually doing some work today. I'm actually in an investment property, and I was actually working on my normal day job as well. That's why I have my computer. But there's damage to this wall behind me.
oh.
So I asked
Listen, no, that is a good way to hide it. I am not here to shame you. I am encouraging you.
No.
You should.
He's giving us a balanced view of the wall so we don't have to see the damage.
Or you should say, anytime someone asks, you should say, I believe that this fills the hole inside of me. Or on the wall.
Now, you should even go more eccentric with it. You should just be like, like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, be like it's a portal to another dimension and just go full fantasy.
Yeah, well, the thing is, these are not my items. This is I believe this is a dream catcher over here.
Did it catch any dreams?
I have no idea.
Maybe a few nightmares if there's a hole in the wall.
Yin yang thing. But these actually belong to my business partner. So that's what I was like, well, if I'm going to work in the house and sleep in the house, I don't want to look at the wall. So just
the yin and the yang, the sun and the moon. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Balance.
Yeah. Actually, yin and yang. I studied informally some Chinese medicine just because I was curious, and a lot of it's woo.
What's that?
I said a lot of it is woo, traditional Chinese medicine, but there in the history, there's a lot of really good efforts were made, genuine efforts were made to try to understand how things are working. The problem was the lack of double-blind procedures and things like that. So, and it really shows. But the way yin and yang is described in Chinese medicine is not really balance. It's not about equaling things out. It's about interdependence. So there can actually be what appears to be an imbalance as long as there's interdependence. And it's not limited just to two. It can be 3, 4, 5. Paper, scissors, rock would be a very simplistic example of an interdependence with 3 items, right? So, but so it's
is that separate from the traditional like Taoism or aspect
Taoism,
or definition?
Taoism,
Oh wow!
Taoism complies with this, and but
Okay.
it's often mistranslated by people as just balance, because people have a tendency to try to simplify things, but interdependence is the key.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't say it has to be 50-50. It just, you need the interdependence.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
I've kind of on my journey, I kind of studied like Western and Eastern like religions and philosophies, and it led me down a path of kind of looking into things like Buddhism and Taoism and things like that, in order to, because I was really curious about, are there any religions out there where you can technically be an atheist and still be a part of that, a part of that fold. And that was one of the things I kind of studied over that. But yeah, that's pretty interesting, interdependence.
Yeah.
aspect.
So Taoism. Yeah, you're saying it correctly. well, Taoism is not a religion it's a polytheistic one. There are multiple deities, but if you want to look for something that could be considered an atheistic religion, Confucianism would be one. And there are a fair number of crossovers and similarities between Confucianism and Taoism. Buddhism actually is polytheistic. There's some strange ideas by certain people that they think that Buddhism is an atheistic religion. It is not. Mm-hmm. They have multiple deities. There's Guan Yin, there's Happy Buddha, there's a whole bunch of other deities. You go to any Buddhist temple and there's statues of these all the time. Now, there are people who like to take just the philosophical part of it out and say, okay, that's the non-religious Buddhism. No, it's the philosophy of Buddhism. It's
right. So one of
the traditions are very centered around the deities and whatnot.
Yeah. That's interesting because one of the things I've looked at too is what do you call them meta nature, and that's basically the ancient Egyptian religion or whatever, so to call it. And from on the surface level, it would appear to be a polytheistic type ideology, but I've heard different interpretations. So whereas it looks like there's many gods, the deities represented like taxonomical, like ontological concepts of nature.
Well, actually, yeah, the Egyptian ones, there's quite a lot of different deities. Now, the ancient Egyptian religions are known as Kemetism and also known as Neterism. Those are different names for it. It originated around 4000 BCE from an egg on an ocean which hatched Ra, the god of the sun. And so the ancient Egyptians worshipped the sun along with 8 other deities, most of whom are known to be the direct descendants of Ra. So you've got Ra, or sometimes referred to as Re, R-E, but normally R-A is the most common name. It's a creator deity and it's god of the sun, long life, and good health. So the others would be Geb, G-E-B, god of the earth, or son of Shu and Tefnut. Isis, or AST, it's Ast. It's probably the better name for it these days. It's a goddess of fertility and motherhood, and daughter of Geb and Nut. So the list goes on. There's a whole bunch more. Osiris is probably one of the better known ones. And
Bast is also pretty well known, like yes. in certain circles. It's my favorite. I love Bast.
Yeah. And Yeah.
Yes.
you know the Marvel movie Black Panther kind of highlighted that the Bast as far as the, I guess, the guardian deity of Wakanda or whatever. But I thought that was pretty interesting. They were basing it off of that.
Yeah. An interesting one to look into too is the Aztec. If you're interested, they've got these 52-year cycles in their thinking, and there's big emphasis on farming with a very long-term view. And they put their deities into categories because they've got so many of them. So they've got deities of culture, deities of nature, deities of creation, deities of alcohol production, particularly in Mexico, and excess, and deities of fertility, and another one of death in the underworld, and or another category. Another category of gods of trade. Now, there's at least 2, sometimes 5 or 6 or 7 different deities in each of these categories. So it gets quite intricate and complex with the Aztec one. And the Aztecs are particularly brutal, too. They're noted for their brutality, but a lot of the religions are brutal these days, even. So, yeah. Yeah, there's so much interesting stuff out there. Like in Hawaii, there's the Kahuna religion, which had some very strange rituals. They had some traditions that are weird, like you could not, women can't eat any foods that are red, and they can't eat bananas. And
wow.
Yeah, and then what would happen is during menstruation, women were temporarily exiled from the city, and they had to be out of town, away from everybody else. And then once their menstruation's over, they could come back. A very, very sexist religion.
It's like
in my opinion.
Judaism has that too.
Do you know if that predates traditional Judaism, or or do you know like how
Where it
close?
fits in the timeline.
Yeah.
Let me see. So Judaism goes back to about 1800 BCE, as far as I know, but there are some ideas that it goes back a lot further. So I don't think.
I don't think it's nearly that old, but I'd say maybe 1000 BC.
Well, Kahuna is actually in Common Era. It's not in BCE. So definitely Kahuna does not predate Judaism. It was, and it's a polytheistic faith as well. There's multiple deities, goddesses, and gods, and it has. It was in Hawaii, and the Maori. Some are still kind of promoting and practicing some variants of it, but it's pretty, for the most part, pretty well lost in time. When Christianity came in place, they took over and just annihilated it. It's gone, completely replaced by Christians who just they took over. That was it. It's gone. As they did with other religions. There's a number of religions that are completely lost on all this stuff too. So
I wonder if any of the tenets though kind of remained, as became like societal norms,
Yep.
and stuff
why you
like
still
that
have
too.
the Maori. Yep. Yeah, the Maori culture kind of reflects some of it.
Neat.
And all right, guys, we're coming up on hour 4, which means we're about to do our outros. It's been a fun night.
Yeah, we got off on tangents with other religions here.
No, I like it. That's the whole point of the open mic format. We already done.
We did the requirements.
Exactly.
We did the homework. We did the classwork, the busy work.
Put the Bible to bed.
I study this stuff for fun, so it's just it's kind of interesting. I first thought, okay, I'm going to try to find out about all these different religions. Maybe there's about a dozen, and there's over 75 of them.
And
major religions. I'm not talking denominations.
Wow.
Randolph, you're a good person to be talking because you were the last person to join us, which means I'm handing it back off to you. We've been Skeptic Bible studying on Mount Sinai. What are your thoughts, I guess, about the whole Moses talking to Yahweh shtick on the mount?
Sorry, you broke up there for me. I'm not sure why.
So about the whole Moses climbing up a mountain to get some tablets to see a deity and get some rules.
Any memories from the volcano?
I think he should have just tossed them into the volcano. Probably life would have been a lot more peaceful. And probably a lot less work for him to carry them around. So, yeah, I guess I'll just talk a little bit about what I do. I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that's aiming to see atheism normalized in society. And what I mean by that is that where a theist can be saying that they believe in deities and nobody bats an eye, they're generally accepted as normal. We want the same treatment for atheists. We don't want it where atheists are being criticized or ridiculed for it or derided or told that we're bad somehow, or that people are feeling concern and worry for us because they think that we're going to burn in hell for eternity or something. We just want it to be the same kind of reaction that theists get. Okay, nobody bats an eye, it's normal. That's what we're after. And I think this is a very reasonable thing to ask for. So, yeah, I see the website is on the screen here at www.canadianatheists.ca. This Normalize Atheism campaign that we're presenting lately is also has a webpage that is just very basic right now, but it has all the information. You can read it at www.normalizeatheism.ca. Also, Neil the 604 Atheist and I will be co-hosting a an atheism call-in program in the near future called, I guess they're both correct, called True North Talk, which also has a website at www.truenorthtalk.ca. We'll be taking calls live from anybody who wants to talk about just about any subject. We're probably not going to delve into politics because that doesn't really make people happy, but the rest of the subjects will, I think, be quite good for a lot of good discussion. Thank you, Amy, for hosting this. And thank you, everybody, for being here. And it's very nice to meet Amaretto and Jay today.
Oh, it was nice to meet you as well.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
coming on,
for
Randolph.
joining and talking. It's been very interesting.
And thank you,
Great to have you as
Randolph, the
always.
awesome Randolph Richardson, as always. So we're going in the opposite direction, which means Jay, the lovely Jay, we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Mount Say. What? What are your thoughts?
I just thought it was funny. I don't know if I think you all mentioned South Park earlier, but I don't know if the reference was made. The piece where, Moses was the only one who could actually, see God. Like he got to see God, and everyone else, wasn't able to do it. It just kind of reminds me of I believe it was the Mormon episode when John Smith basically, had the tablets, had the stones, and he was the only one who could look and read and things like that, and then give the one who's writing the transcripts, the scriptures. And so it just really sounds pretty childish to me. And yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I just think the entire thing's pretty ridiculous, but and honestly, I'm not convinced that Moses even existed or anything like that either. So it's not, it's not a big deal.
Smart. You remember that part, right?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite episodes.
Yeah,
Thank you
mine
so
too.
very much, Jay. And I agree with a lot of what you just said. It's just, if we have to start with prove that this person even exists, we're not off good for it. But
I have a well,
do you have a shout
well,
out? Do you have a shout out?
Oh no. I'm still trying to work on my channel or anything, but I do have a recommendation on a book.
Absolutely.
I don't have the book with me, but for those who are interested in the studies of ancient Israelite culture and civilization, like where they came from, and kind of like where the Exodus stories and things, commentary on that. The book is called. It is. I'm gonna try to remember it from memory. Israel Exodus and from a transdisciplinary perspective. Can't find it here.
Interesting.
But yeah, they do such an in-depth research and study, and they look at things like nomadic patterns of the ancient Israelites, and they analyze everything from the tracking patterns all the way down to like the fecal remains and things like that in the areas that were discussed in the Bible. And pretty much they summed it up for it. Basically, it's bullshit, but it's a very in-depth study. And like the name it tells, it's from a transdisciplinary perspective. So it's not just one discipline like archaeology or anything. It's multiple disciplines. But I would definitely suggest people getting that book if they want to just kind of want to do deep dive. Boring for probably 99% of the population, but I thought it was pretty good for me.
Who's the author?
Let's see here.
That can help people.
Thomas Levy.
L-E-V-Y?
Yeah, Levy. Thomas Levy, Thomas Snyder, And hopefully I can. Let me see if I can.
Oh, that's what
get
looks
this.
okay. Israel's
Exodus and transdisciplinary perspective. Okay.
Thank you for finishing that.
Oh, sorry.
No, I said thank you for finishing.
But yeah, it's pretty. It's really good. If you like those kind of things, it's really good.
Go check that out. Probably on Amazon. There's got to be an Amazon link, right?
Yeah, it's $90, but
Woo-hoo. Well, that's school. That's like a school textbook, is basically what you're saying. Yeah, it happens. It does.
Yeah, that's just some light reading for the summer, right?
Yeah, just some light. When you're looking for something, fun. Just tread right through. And okay, we're moving right along. Amaretto, welcome.
Hi.
We're glad to have you. We've been Skeptic Bible studying on Mount Sinai. What are your thoughts about, I guess, anything tonight, or the subject, or anything tonight?
The hallucinogenics back then must have been way more powerful.
The magic word is mushrooms.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it was like a roulette wheel. Maybe there was just a lot of stuff going on back then as far as hallucinogenics. But yeah, it's definitely it's a time. I definitely think with some of this stuff that you're definitely trying to use tools of storytelling and captivating an audience to make an impression on them than actually giving the literal whatever happened, or did it really even happen? Was it maybe somebody's dream and they thought it was real, and who knows? It's nuts. Very interesting though. I haven't done anything with the Bible in a very, very long time. I might have to try and go get a new one and pick it apart.
That's nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah. Read with caution.
And thank you so much.
Like for reference, so I went to Sunday school at a Methodist church. They had given us a really nice Bible. I at one point had put it away, and then when I was like 10, 12, I opened it up. And the reason I asked you, Amy, if you covered Lot's daughters, in the chat earlier, was because that was the story I opened up to. And oh boy, I didn't know incest was on the menu. So
indeed,
I closed that Bible and I never looked at it again. And it got burnt up in a house fire. And it got burnt up in a house fire a few years later. Good riddance. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from with my history of Bible study.
Sounds like you got further into it than I did.
Thank you so very much.
We'll come back here for a safer version of the Bible.
And I'll tell you, there's stuff in there that is like, I can't believe this is it. Like, what am I reading? What the?
Well,
God loves to troll. God loves to troll Amy with his Bible.
But then there's the Sinner's Bible, which has some interesting misprints in it, such as one of the commandments being, "Thou shalt commit adultery."
See, now we're starting to talk.
There are 4 left in the world, and one of them selling for over $10,000.
My God!
I would love to get my hands on one, just to have it.
No.
That comment, Amy, I can't. That comment,
you'll be wasting money, but wasting it for Jesus.
For it. If I win the lottery, I might, but otherwise, no.
Woohoo!
Jeez.
And okay, we're coming down to the last one.
Here we go.
James, we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Mount Sinai. What? What are your thoughts?
Oh, well, we got that done. At least that's over with. We had the 10 Commandments. We had a couple good ones, but we had most of the rest were actually kind of pointless and useless. And yeah, not much wisdom there. Not a lot of historical facts. We're still probably at least 300 years or so before we actually get to anything real. So we're still kind of firmly planted in Fantasyland, but it's a nice Fantasyland. We started off the Bible. We started off today in this chapter talking about water. The people were thirsty, and then God said, actually, never mind all that. Just go kill this group of people. So they did that by holding Moses' hands up, because I guess that's going to have an impact on their performance in combat. Then Moses was trying to do it all. He was trying to be the universal judge for these millions of people. And his father-in-law came up with the great idea of, why don't you appoint other people, some to watch tens, some hundreds, some 50s, and some tens. So there you
Sounds
go.
like a cash deal.
Yeah. Sounds like one of these pyramid schemes going on here, but that wouldn't surprise me at all. But
On with Yahweh.
Thanks, guys, for coming on. Then we had the mountain with the people not touching it, and then tickets being sold to the mountain to go see God, I guess. I'm sure we'll get into that next time. So we finally got the 10 Commandments, but thanks everybody for coming. It was a great show, great discussion.
Thank you so very much. In fact, I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study, episode 18, Mount Say What? Where we made rock water, went to war, and took a walk up a mountain so we could get a random set of commandments. I want to thank James W. with our guest hosts, Amaretto, Nick, Jay, and Randolph Richardson, along with all the lovely people in chat and our awesome mods who make this stream so great. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that all button icon so you can be part of our live streams for YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook. And if you'd like to help make more fun content, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman.
Stay away from
I'm Amy
volcanoes.
Newman. Ooh, volcanoes.
Stay away from a volcano, yeah.
Oh my God.
And I'll see you all
worship
on the
it.
next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.